Hello, 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 and this, everyone, is SEO in 2026. Hello, and a warm welcome to the book launch of SEO in 2026, this 700-page volume available to buy on Amazon right now, today. So just search SEO in 2026 on Amazon and you'll find the book in question. I'm David Bain, and over the last 5 years I've hosted and produced an annual mega project for Majestic. Started off with SEO in 2022. 5 years later, here we are with SEO in 2026. Podcast, video series and book with over 100 of the world's leading SEOs, all answering the same question: what is your number one SEO tip for the coming year? And of course, everyone gives a different answer. Even though maybe categories of tips are the same, tips are quite different. All the recordings are being released as a podcast and video series. You can find links to that over on this website that you're seeing now, and that's SEOin2026.com. And of course, I mentioned earlier, if you want to get your hands on the book, just search for SEO in 2026 in your local Amazon store, and it should pop up right there. And let's have a quick look to see who is whooping in the chat. We've got is it ISO testing, SEO testing, Optimizy. We've got quite a few people hanging out in YouTube watching this live at the moment. If you're watching us live, give us a few comments there and we'll try and mention you as part of the celebration. Today we're celebrating the book launch with a 4-hour live stream featuring over 60 of the book's 117 contributors in 8 half-hour panel sessions. So each hour is going to be hosted by a wonderful co-host. So, without further ado, I'm going to turn off my video, put it back to me directly on the screen, and I'd like to pass you over to the co-host for the first 2 panels, and that's freelance digital strategist Isa Lavahan. Take it away, Isa.
Hello, thanks for having me, and happy book launch day. I'm really excited to be co-hosting today. And yes, this will be talking to wonderful SEOs who contributed in the book to be getting their tips. I'm just going to go ahead and make a start. I'm going to start with Andrew. Hello. Introduce yourself. What's your number one SEO tip that you shared for 2026?
Hi. Okay. So some of you know me, some of you don't, but I've been doing SEO for 26 years. Data is the primary point that you should be expanding on. In every essence, I am a bit of a data lover. So looking at every single data point you can get your pinkies on is really, really important. But the biggest tip for 2026 is owning the answer layer. More and more people are migrating away from trusting the decision that search engines make and relying more on what they perceive to be an impartial view via the AI engines. And the ability to be picked up for citations and have more informative content within the architecture of the website in a well-structured pattern is going to enable you to appear more in the citations. And more to those as we adopt a more AI-orientated approach to our web life, which moves into voice search, and you're in the kitchen and you're cooking and someone asks you a question and you turn around and go, where's the best place to buy Apple iPods or singular Apple iPods or singular earpieces or whatever it might be if you've lost one. And the system will pick up and reference those people who've placed those citations. And the citations are mostly going to come from correct schema and advanced schema markup. A lot of people out there right now aren't really adopting particularly advanced schema. And there's the massive opportunity to really expand on that. So that's kind of my tip for what's going to happen in 2026. And then it's all about, once you've done all that work, it's about analyzing the data and understanding how you're going to maximize the users that arrive. The users that arrive, the users that don't do anything, the users that do something, the search terms, the citations, the entry points, and the pages they visited, and the contextual relevance, and following that through and trying to understand where you're going to maximize those users and don't lose them again.
Amazing. Thank you. That was so brilliant. That's such a good tip. Love that. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Moving on to you, Will. Tell us a bit about yourself, introduce yourself, and tell us what your number one SEO tip for 2026.
Well, first, can I say, Andrew, that was a brilliant tip to start off with, and mine actually falls on quite nicely from that. But before I get in, I'm Will. I work at writing content and copy at an agency called 43 Clicks North up in Hull. And my tip for next year is to be a little bit more mixtape when you write content and a little bit less like an algorithmic playlist on Spotify. What I mean by that is human-generated content, I think, real human-generated content is going to be what moves the needle the most in the next year or so, because there is so much AI content and it's so samey and it's missing all the things that people actually want to read. I've seen a few talks and things that have suggested that actually AI overviews, which, like Andrew said, super important, really like it when you have an opinion. Like, you express an opinion, you say something that's different to what everybody else is doing, and that's something that AI can't do. So the idea of the mixtape thing is, if anybody's old enough to remember mixtapes back in the 90s, or beyond, but it was definitely, it was the 90s for me. We used to spend an awful long time making mixtapes because you had to find all the tracks you want, find all the discs, all the CDs, the records, whatever, and sit and you play. It would take hours to make a single mixtape. And what that meant was that every mixtape was really special, and that's what you want from your content as well. But now we have Spotify, which is brilliant, but we have the generated playlist. So you just click on a Tuesday morning inspiration playlist that it's made for you. Nothing has gone into that playlist. There's no magic there. There's no love. There's no opinion or creativity. And that's exactly, again, the opposite of what you want when you are creating, when you're writing content. So basically, yeah, be more mixtape.
Be more mixtape. I love it. I've got that down. Human generated content is going to move the needle. I really, really love that tip. Thank you so much for that, Will. And next we're going to have, am I saying your name right? Gilia? Is that right?
Julia.
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 Okay. Yeah. Julia, introduce yourself and tell us what your number one SEO tip for 2026 is going to be.
Sure. So my name is Julia Panozzo. I run a neuromarketing consultancy called Neuroscientive. My background is in SEO, though, so I'm still quite involved in the space. And my number one tip for 2026 was turn AI from a problem to a partner. Because I think in the industry, we've seen a lot of panic, in regards to AI. Obviously, when I started looking a bit more into it, it was, I believe, 2024, when everyone said our jobs are going to be taken by AI. There was quite a bit of sensationalism, which is valid. But I think what we fail to acknowledge while we're focused so much on the progress of AI is the actual potential that humans have, which is the potential to adapt. And because, of course, I'm like, my background is also in neuroscience, which I bring into my job now. I had a look with my own data, my own experiment into how humans react to AI versus human-generated content. And I've noticed that consistently the human content had a bit of an edge at the neurological level. So it was quite interesting to see. Now, I'm not claiming that these will remain for forever, but I think it's a good indication of how the brain evolves in response to the world that we live in, because previous studies have shown that we actually reacted more. We had more of a stress response for AI-generated content because it looked weird. It looked something that was a mismatch from our normal context. And now that doesn't really happen anymore because we're so used to seeing AI content that it's not weird anymore. It doesn't ring an alarm bell anymore. So yeah, my tip is all centered around, realizing that humans have a bit more an adaptive potential that we give them credit for, and that they will distrust AI content. Therefore, you can always use you can always use AI for other things that enhance the journey. For example, summaries of reviews, or removing frustrations, proactively identifying what those frustrations are in the journey, but don't use it for user-generated content as scale or review, because that's misleading, and there's also ethical concerns about that.
Thank you so much, Julia. I love that. Don't panic, collaborate. I love that one.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Next, we're going to have Nick Ranger. Introduce yourself and tell us what your number one SEO tip is for 2026.
Amazing. Hi, everyone. My name is Nick Ranger. Shout out all the way from Australia. So in my chapter, I wrote a lot about essentially a technical SEO's approach to AI visibility. But I think like a really, really good tip is actually just really thinking about how to understand models like Gemini and ChatGPT actually get their information and what you need to know, because they have two very distinct, different paths to build their answers. So I'm just going to do a really, really quick breakdown because I think it's really, really helpful to know that before you get into the core of the stickiness of actually trying to do something with that. So with an AI model, the first path is its internal knowledge. Think of this as the model's core memory. It's massive static library of the web that it was trained on. It uses this for general, non-time sensitive questions, like things that it really understands, like, what's a time right now or something like that. The answer that it gives is like ungrounded, meaning that it's not connected to any live information. And the second for us, the most critical path is when it uses the live web. So when a user types in a large prompt, it essentially breaks that down into smaller chunks, smaller prompt chunks, which is actually called query fanout, and then it uses something called retrieval augmented generations, or RAG, and that's how it provides the models with nice, fresh, factual, and up-to-date answers. So that RAG process starts to break down that complex question into those smaller subqueries, so it can be able to start to build up its answers. So from there, both models really extract the most relevant snippets from text from those sources and then synthesize its final answer, adding citations. I think a really, really big key thing that is of difference is like when ChatGPT is wanting to source its answers, when it's looking for its primary sources of the data, it's looking for those live web fetch pages. And as we've seen, it's gone from fetching like anywhere from 6 to 12 different citations, and it's now reducing that because the speed and the cost of actually doing that, it's a lot slower, it's a lot more expensive. So it's really important that when we are actually getting sourced by ChatGPT, that has become so much more competitive. Whereas like for Google, which is now integrated into just Google search, huge into its ecosystem, that primary data source is generally coming from its own massive pre-existing web cache. That's actually not really coming from a live result. So think about this in terms of like, well, I want to make sure that my pages will actually be cached properly. So think about your caching rules, because it's Google, guys. The speed and the cost for it to be able to do that, it's so much faster than ChatGPT, and it's a lot more computationally cheaper for them to do that. So the propensity for them to actually get those live results and ground them for Gemini is extremely high. And in fact, when we do query deserves grounding, we pretty much see that every single Search Console query gets grounded, which means that it's so important for you to really consider how that's going to move forward. So server-side render your stuff, folks. And when we look at like ChatGPT, like that's just so much more, there's so much more variables, and the decision to whether to ground it as in get your source is a lot more computationally expensive, so it's a lot more competitive. So I think really think about server-side rendering, think about having your schema in nice, clean architecture, and think about doing some really, really effective content strategy, and look at query fan out, because that's really, really effective to get a lot more groundwork with actually understanding how the models are synthesizing this information, and you want to be able to have better market share for it. So that's a really great takeaway, but my whole chapter goes through this in so much more depth. Thank you so much, guys.
That was so brilliant. Thank you so much. It's actually not my world at all. So I find that really, really, really interesting. And it's like you're talking about how we actually, as SEOs, need to start doing the work of really looking at how these LLMs are pulling the data, and for us to kind of get behind how we get to the top. So that was really insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Isa.
Thank you. Next, we have Greg. Greg, hello, welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us what your #1 SEO tip for 2026 is.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. My name is Greg Heilers from Jolly SEO. I was really grateful to be invited to participate in this. I'm listening and learning here too. I had the pleasure of meeting Nick, who just talked a couple months ago in Shenzhen, and she kind of blew my mind about So I'm one of the less technical SEOs. So my tip for folks who thought we just got a handle on SEO and now we've got to deal with how to help our clients show up in LLMs is something I've heard a lot of other SEOs echo, which is roughly 90% of best practices in SEO are still applicable in GEO or ranking in LLM. So if you're like me and a lot of this is overwhelming at times, that's my focus. That's not to say there's not new stuff. There definitely is. That's not to say there aren't new skills to master. There definitely are. But for me, it's knowing that what was working still largely is relevant, although the game has changed a little bit. You know, we can all cite specific things we've seen change, definitely in the Google SERPs, but also what shows up in LLMs. But for me, that's where I'm going into next year, is knowing I don't need to throw out all the services our clients still love today just because there's something new on the horizon. I just need to learn what else we can add into the mix.
Love that. Thank you. Again, don't panic. We've all had so many years of experience. It's literally, the same. At the end of the day, LLMs are getting their information from search engines as well. So we can't panic about it and actually just need to adapt. Thank you so much for that, Greg. That was brilliant. Next, we have Ed. Introduce yourself and tell us what your #1 SEO tip for 2026 is.
Hey everyone, I'm Ed Zabrinsky. I'm the Global SEO and Content Manager over at Swoop Funding. My tip for SEO in 2026 is to take a more omni-channel approach. So traditional SEO, we used to see that everything sort of top of funnel, mid and bottom of the funnel was all generated through the website content that you had. So you'd have like your explainer blog content, more long form, then you'd have pages for high conversion targeting, your commercial keywords and more long tail searches. Whereas now we found that with the rise of AI, there's so much more zero-click results, and we're looking at ways to differentiate the way that we generate top of the funnel traffic and brand awareness by using omni-channel approaches, using YouTube and TikTok for short form videos, Pinterest where applicable for imagery, and really taking that approach to be in front of our audiences wherever they are and whenever they are. So in having TikTok video content, you can almost do very passive SEO in the sense of you're putting video content out there that your prospective customers are going to discover when they aren't even looking for your services, if you've optimized for the For You page, if you're using trending audios and things like that, so that you can get in front of your audience wherever they are and whatever platform has a search function on it, we as SEOs need to be optimizing for and making sure that we're getting our brand or our clients' brands in front of those audiences at any time, whether or not they're looking for our services at that time.
Love that. Omni-channel. Think, outside the box. And I think as SEOs, sometimes we're so honed into what we do. Sometimes we do kind of overlook the omni-channel. So that was really, really, really insightful. Thank you so much for that, Ed. Next, we have Erin. Introduce yourself and tell us what your #1 SEO tip for 2026 is.
Hey, I'm Erin Simmons. I am a part of the team at the Women in Tech SEO community, and I'm not an SEO, just a regular old marketer. So my tip is a little bit different than I think some of the tips that are being shared, but I do see this getting a little bit more airtime across the industry. But really, it's about finding a community where you can start showing up for your audience. So yes, people are starting their research in AI and in Google, but increasingly they're making their final decisions in this dark social area, in communities, talking with, trusted people. There was this really interesting experiment by Growth Memo where they showed when AIO shows up in Google and when it doesn't, and what people do after. So without it, you see maybe 18% of folks heading to communities, forums, and 57% are still going to organic links. But when AIO shows up, that 18% going to community jumps to 30%, and that 57% going to organic dips to 40%. So AIO, AI in general, we're already starting to see it trigger like a trust gap. And that's going to continue. I mean, I was talking with my partner earlier today about an account that was really just seemed like it was a real person, a pilot, kind of explaining how planes work and all the different sounds and all of these things. But when digging deeper, it ended up to being this AI generated person. So it's, as these things continue to happen outside of our industry, I think that trust is going to decline even more. And when it comes to trust in general, people don't really trust brands, they trust people. So if you're showing up in a community, show up as the person you are. Don't show up and kind of push your brand. Show up as who you are and with what you can help with. And everything else follows. Your brand will follow. But if you show up and really truly look for a way to be a part of that community and be helpful, that is where you're going to earn trust. And it doesn't leave AI and Google out, because what you're going to see over time is you getting mentioned. You're going to see your brand getting mentioned in social, in articles. And that is the stuff that's going to feed into Google and AI and all of these things. On top of it, what you're not going to see is you getting mentioned in, again, these other dark social areas, in personal conversations, in trusted recommendations. So pulling it all together, go out, pick one community, join, listen, show up as yourself, offer help, and that trust you will see over time will scale back into your organic efforts, back into your AI efforts, and just in general in your brand visibility efforts.
Thank you so much. Literally, I was like listening in. So I love that being in community and like really getting involved. I think actually, if there was one word to go into 2026, it would be trust. That we as SEOs really need to protect that word, because it's becoming less and less and less across the board. So anything we can do to build that audience trust is definitely what we should be looking at. And what Erin said is just absolutely spot on. Thank you so much. Next, we have Jason. And Jason, introduce yourself and tell us what your number one SEO tip for 2026 is.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. David as well, thank you for having me. Delighted to be here. Jason Barnard from Calicube. And following on from what Erin just said, personal brands, super important. People do business with people. And at Calicube, we help entrepreneurs with their personal branding, Google, AI, ChatGPT, Perplexity. And we have 25 billion data points collected over the last 10 years, focused on entrepreneurs, 1 million entrepreneurs. We have their digital footprint, so we can give those entrepreneurs the exact digital strategy to glow and thrive in search and AI. And my tip for 2026 is the algorithmic trinity. And the algorithmic trinity is the trio of technologies that all of these engines use. They're all based on search results, knowledge graphs, large language model chatbots. If you can master those three, you've mastered all of the engines. And luckily for us SEOs, all of those of the algorithmic trinity use the web index as their data source. So we come back to, how do I get my content, as Nick was saying, into the web index? How do I make my web content friction-free and tasty? Friction-free for the bots, tasty for the algorithms. And I think it was you, Ed, who were talking about the whole digital footprint. It's not just your website. Your website is the entity home website where the machines can find the truth about you, from you. And the rest of the web, the rest of your digital footprint is proof that what you're saying on your website is true, that you are trustworthy, that you do bring great services, and indeed what services you bring. Do they understand who you are, what you do, who you serve, and do they understand that you're credible? And then we're talking about the funnel. Super interesting. The AI assistive engines are building the funnel within the engine itself. So that zero-click idea is actually, for me, at least for commercial intent, queries and paths, the perfect click, which is what Fabrice Canel from Bing calls it. He told me a couple of years ago, Copilot is just building the funnel from awareness to consideration down to decision, and that decision is the perfect click. And the trick to play is to be the brand that when somebody says to Copilot, to Google AI mode, to Perplexity, to ChatGPT, when push comes to shove, who do you recommend? You want that machine to say, I recommend Cube, in my case. Dejan AI in Nick's case.
Love that. Thank you so much. It is really about just having that digital footprint across the board and really pushing all those data points to prove. I would say I'm a freelancer and 90% of my business comes from word of mouth marketing. So we really need to be looking, that's essentially what this is all about in terms of building that trust.
Yeah.
So completely agree with everything that you're saying, Jason. That's so spot on. Thank you so much.
The lovely thing about word of mouth is, or the lovely thing is that people will then Google or ask ChatGPT to verify. You need that Google business card, the AI resume, to be absolutely perfect. And that's what we do at CaliCube. And I think we forget, we all go and Google people or ask ChatGPT, and we don't realize that other people are doing it to us. Sorry, Isa, I interrupted you.
Nope, spot on. So spot on. Thank you so much, Jason.
Thank you.
Finally, last few minutes, we're going to have Manuel introduce yourself and tell us what your number one SEO tip for 2026 is.
Yeah, last but not least, thank you for having me. I'm Manuel Madedu. I'm an SEO director at Publicis. I've been an SEO for 16 years now, but before I was, well, a mechanical engineer first, then I was managing my own agency. Engineer, yeah, mechanical engineer. So I've got a heavy technical background. My tips today would be more top level, and I think it's wrapping and touching on all that's been discussed so far. So ultimately, my tip would be, remember, in a world where everything is changing and we are moving away from traditional search that I used to call dino search now. So everything is becoming more complex, and we need to remember to be human, because essentially, you know, the world we are going to move in is able to connect the dots, but mainly because it's mimicking our brain. So for us to be able to understand where the conversion funnel starts and ends, or how the user journey is changing, really we need to be able to connect the dots and understand, you know, the broader picture. How to do that? We need to remember one single individual. You shouldn't work in silos, because it's impossible to have a look at the broader picture if you work in silos. So as SEOs, we tend to be stuck in an Excel and forget about what's happening on other channels and the broader strategies. No, we need to discuss and have an omni-channel approach. Plus, we need to understand that one single individual cannot understand everything. So we need to really connect the dots, orchestrate, discuss with people, discuss all your nice colleagues, because they may know better than you. They know for sure better than you on other channels and other, you know, they've got better expertise on specific topics. And that's what's needed, because AI is doing that. So it is able to understand beyond your own specific knowledge. So you need to connect to get to the same level to then be able to strategize. So I think my best tip for 2026 is, yeah, remember to be human. So use AI as a tool, but remember to connect and embrace, you know, the challenge. Don't be scared, but try to embrace the change and all the knowledge from all the people around you. And also be flexible, because maybe planning a 12-month strategy where everything around you is changing, the users are changing, the user behavior is fluid. You know, that doesn't make sense to have a stuck approach. So remember to be flexible and maybe revise, discuss with people around you every month, every 3 months, and own the data. So try to understand what's happening.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was a brilliant one to end with. Amazing. Thanks, Manuel. Pass back over to David.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, everyone. Welcome.
Hi.
Yay. Happy Book Launch Day. How are you guys?
Very well, thanks.
Very well. How are
Everyone
you?
good? Wonderful. Well, I'm going to crack straight into it. We're going to go through introducing ourselves and then giving you SEO number one tip. I'm Isa. I'm freelance, offline link building PR strategist, and yeah, I'm really excited to be finding out about all your SEO tips for this year. So I'm going to start with Dante. that correct? Or can I say, if you're not speaking, could you please mute yourself because we can hear in the background, please? Thank you. Sante, I hope I'm saying your name right.
Everybody.
Correct.
Yes,
Hello.
fine, Sante, yes.
And tell us what your number one SEO tip for 2026 is.
Yes, so hello everybody. Great being here yet again for another book and to share some insights. I'm one of the veterans of SEO, started a very long time ago. I'm not going to tell you how long ago, but a long time ago. So it's been a long and fun journey, and there's still a lot of road to cover. My tip actually is kind of tangential on, let's say, the main core of our SEO business. And it sort of like dovetails with the fact that I've been in the industry for so long. Because one of the biggest challenges that we face is to learn. We evolve. Everybody has to evolve. We evolve or we die, especially in this industry, I would say. It's just that death is much more sudden than it is in other, let's say, places of work. It can come along in just a matter of months if you don't entertain the idea of lifelong learning. So obviously, AI was a big, it's a big opportunity and an incredible tool that never still, how can I say, it just never fails to provide marvel every morning, I would say, in the ways that it can help. And one of my tip looking forward is to use SEO as a tool, learning how to learn, I would say. So I think a lot of us, especially in the beginning, we tend to identify the path of less resistance and sort of like cut the chase and go straight to picking up the answers, which is very tempting, in fact. But there's a long tail to all of that, and that is trying to understand what's going on behind the scenes and learning, actually. So getting from the first tier of the answer, let's say the core, the objective, moving out and trying to enlarge and increase the impact that we can have on that final answer more and more, because that's the only way that we can actually have the right insights and provide more value. I think the key in a long journey like mine and many of others of yours and the younger ones that are stepping, let's sort of like treading in the same footsteps, you will learn, and you are already probably have learned that how important it is to provide that additional value. Learning is a non-linear journey. And so it's like the book, the book, SEO, and like all of the other ones. It has to sit here next to us all the time. I think it's a valuable tool. It's not something that you sit down and you read. It gets too boring. But it's something that you have a problem looking at AI. I picked it up and I was looking at a few things that caught my eye, like brand SEO, for example, and the ever-changing customer journey. So, use the book, pick it up, read a few tips, be inspired, move along paths that your instinct provide you with, but always with the objective to identify new opportunities to learn and to increase the value that you can provide others with.
Thank you so much. It seems like so simple, but sometimes we do forget that again because we're so busy in our day to day. Learn or die. It's quite strong, but it's poignant and something that we should always be doing. So thank you so much for that, Sante. That was brilliant. Next we have Christian. Introduce yourself and tell us what your number one SEO tip for 2026 is.
Hi, everybody. Very nice to meet you. I'm Christian. I'm the Director of Operations at 11 Content. Really excited to be here. I think that you could call me somewhat of a newbie. I've been doing content marketing and strategy for 5 or 6 years, so certainly less than some others on this call. And yeah, it's very humbling and quite cool to be counted among so many industry heavy hitters. My big tip for 2026 was all about recognizing the renewed and growing importance of brand associations, and taking a really active role in shaping what those are for your brand or for the companies that you work with. Oh, hi, puppy. I've got mine chilling out right here next to me on the.
Oh, very
he's a little,
sorry. Yeah, mine's just,
yeah.
Sorry. Carry on.
He's a little more subdued because we had a good romp at the park this morning. Yeah.
Sorry. Carry on.
Sorry, I get easily distracted by dogs. So yeah, all about taking a really active and mindful approach to building specific associations that you want with your brand. And if anything was going to come along and demonstrate how important that is, I think it's AI and LLMs, and the fact that these probability engines are, essentially using associations that they find out in the wild through RAG, and also materials that they've been trained on. And the stronger your brand associations are with the things that matter to your customers and the things that matter to you, and the better that you can show shared values, let's say, and shared objectives with your clients, I think that's what's going to really be the connective tissue between SEO, GEO, AEO, AI search, LLMs, etc., brand marketing, PR, and everything else that we need to get working kind of cohesively and coherently in order to succeed in what is becoming much more competitive, I would say, and much more difficult landscape than it has been for the last, I would say, 5 or 10 years. Like I said, I've only been really in the industry for the last 5 years. So those who have been here longer have probably heard people saying this new landscape over many, many, many years. But it really does feel essentially different with the arrival of AI. And I think that there's some really interesting things that companies can do there, creating those associations.
Love that. Thank you so much for that, Christian, and sorry for the disturbance of my dog. That was brilliant. Really good.
Not at all.
Thank you. Next, we have Alicia. I hope I said that right. And introduce yourself and tell us what your number one SEO tip for 2026 is.
Hi, my name is Olesa Korobka from Fujala, Ukraine. I also want to brag that I already have a book, and so far it is the thickest book I have at the moment here. So, and it's pretty heavy, so I think I'll be reading it the whole year and maybe even half a year more into the next one, but hopefully just will finish it. So my tip for today is that you should create your own knowledge graphs for your company or your project you are working with, and be independent of the website, of the social media, or whatever else. You just keep your information, optimize it properly, and this way you are visible, whether in chatbots, whether in search, whether in anywhere you want. And I won't take long because everything else is in the book.
Oh, amazing. Thank you so much. Short and sweet, but yeah, poignant. I love that. Thank you so much. And next we have Adriana. Introduce yourself and tell us what your number one SEO tip is for 2026.
All right. Hello, everyone. So definitely my tip is coming from the very familiar background when we are struggling with the cheap clients, especially in the first 3, 4, 5 years. We can notice like, hey, some people are saying they have like 2, 3K, 5K and like more clients. And like we are handling these like 200 euros clients. And that is actually my background, like where I was intrigued, like why I have these so cheap clients and other people are just having like these big numbers. And after a few years of being me as a head of SEO and trying to find my SEO clients on the side, I was transitioning to the position of SEO mindset coach, where I saw so many the same patterns why people with the cheap SEO clients are doing versus people who are having high-paying SEO clients. Where my number tip came is basically having high-paying SEO clients definitely requires totally different approach than most SEOs are doing, especially if we are using LinkedIn as the #1 platform for acquiring SEO clients. We are making so many different mistakes. I will be just like, for the sake of this call, I don't want to be like too long, but basically I can share the biggest common mistakes what we are doing when we are branding ourselves as an SEO consultant on LinkedIn and trying to find high-paying SEO clients. So #1 mistake is basically that we are doing and sharing LinkedIn posts as a SEO knowledge versus our target audience is not another SEO consultant. Our target audience is business owner. And that is kind of like mindset switch that we need to inquire once having been, like SEO consultant for 5 years, where we are constantly talking about SEO, we need to acquire a new business skill that is actually how we translate these SEO terms to the business language that our target audience, business owner, can understand. Because unfortunately, that makes our life definitely harder. But like business owners can't understand us, and they don't see the value. That is a thing. They don't see the value, and of course that they will not pay us 2,000 to 3,000, like as an SEO monthly package. Another mistake is definitely that we are trying to constantly connect and network with another SEO consultants, and we are lacking that business owner experience, talking, exposure, networking. And definitely the third mistake that I'm constantly seeing, that we are constantly going to SEO events, SEO webinars, and expecting that we will get another business owner client. And even like when we are saying this loud, we can see that like, hey, this is not matching. But we always do the same thing. So instead of going to the SEO conference, I really recommend going at least 1 to 2 SaaS conference, any kind of like business conference, where we will get in touch with these business owners. We will see their pain points. We will talk their language. We will get that perspective, how they are seeing the problem. And then we can also share our value or our knowledge and talk in that business language when we are creating a LinkedIn post and when we are branding ourselves as these experts. Those are just like 3 mistakes. I have definitely more, but that is difference between like cheap clients and high paying clients. Actually, that is a business skill that we really need to practice, because we are coming from the SEO background where we practice different skills.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. That's so super insightful. Yeah, you're trying to make me think about my LinkedIn post, actually, because it is about different stakeholders, right? You want to be a thought leader, you want to be seen, in the SEO society, but at the same time, that is not who your client is. It's going to be people who need to understand the language you're speaking and actually like really be brought in. So that was so insightful. Thank you so much, Adriana. Next we have Charlotte. Introduce yourself and tell us what your #1 tip for SEO is.
Hi everyone, lovely to see you all. I'm Charlotte, a digital PR account director at Kaizen, and I've been in the industry for coming up to 10 years now. My tip for 2026 really taps into the same theme as what Christian, you were talking about, and it's all around kind of bringing together digital PR, your more traditional PR, and also brand as well. I think we all know we're not going to be able to get through this without discussing AI. AI is changing everyone's search journey. People are finding different ways to find brands, whether that's kind of Gen Z looking on TikTok, or you've got your millennials still using Google, or you've still got your Facebook mums. Everyone is finding brands in different ways. And it's more and more important than ever to make sure that kind of your brand is cohesive across all of those different platforms. So making sure your internal PR team is aligned with your external digital PR agency, and they're all working together with SEO to make sure that the coverage you're achieving is helping benefit the website, so that if you do see a brand on TikTok, but then the next day you're seeing it on an ad on a newspaper that you're looking at, that brand message is consistent and it sees and feels like the same brand, so that it really resonates. We're all working together for the same goal, whether you're in-house, whether you're agency, whether you're a consultant. We ultimately want to earn money for the client. That's what it all comes down to. So make sure that that consistency is there and that that common aim is there throughout everything you do.
Love that. Thank you so much. Another digital PR. Yay. Hello. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for that, Charlotte. Next, we have Christoph. I hope I've said that. Introduce yourself. Tell us what your #1 SEO tip for 2026 is.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Krzysztof. I'm from Poland. It's a perfectly sunny day to talk about SEO. Sorry, and I have this privilege that I'm working with both SEO and Google Ads from the beginning of my career to 2005. It feels so old saying that out loud. So my tip is to combine the powers of those two. There are great tools, but not everyone knows that you can take data from Google Ads and implement in SEO strategies. For example, we focus a lot in SEO in Poland on links, on building content, but not every specialist know that Google is about user experience. So the user experience can be put in some votes, let's say, or points that are going towards our website. And in Google Ads, we can check some of them. We can try to get some data about if the ad is relevant to a query, if our landing page is great for a user, even about predicted CTR. So when we take this data and we improve simple stuff, our website UX, our website content, changing for a person we are addressing to, it will be little better and better in Google Ads, but we should also do this in SEO. For example, changing titles, not writing them just like keywords, but we can learn which title description was the best in Google Ads. There is like constantly running A/B testing there, and then we can put all this knowledge to SEO campaign. And now with the AI to help us, we can do a lot of this semi-automatically. So we can put a lot of data in AI and ask why Google is saying this will be more relevant, why Google is saying this is 6 out of 10, not 5 out of 10 like this other. And then you can learn, and then you will ask different questions. You'll understand that SEO is not about links, it's about the user. Then you ask, okay, so how should I do it? And then there is the data. So I'm encouraging everyone to get access to the account. We just talk with the people from the other side. We say like sometimes like 2 different departments, paid media and SEO, but they should talk, they should exchange knowledge. And this is for the benefit of the campaign, of the client, or if you're working for your business, for your business. So that's my tip. And I highly encourage to try it, maybe with the help of AI, but you're lacking a lot of knowledge if you're not doing this right now.
Totally agree. Thank you so much, Christoph. And this is the thing, we should be talking to, I'm not paid at all. And we should be talking to paid specialists, because it's so insightful stuff. You've given me a really good tip. So thank you so much, Christoph. Next we have Crystal. Introduce yourself and tell us what your #1 SEO tip for 2026 is.
Hi, I'm Crystal Carter. I am the head of AI search communications over at Wix and Wix Studio. And my advice for 2026 was to view AI search as an opportunity to plug the gaps in your digital footprint. I think one of the conversations that sort of raged across 2025, and which I hope we can leave in 2025 and just move on with doing stuff. I think Charlie Whitworth also had this, stop worrying about what it's called and just get on with it, which is, there's some people who are like, oh, it's just SEO, it's just SEO and things. And I think the thing that's tricky about that is that sometimes clients want you to service the thing that they want serviced, and they want to call it whatever it is. And I think that's fine. And I think it's worth hearing them, because clients don't like to be told no. So it's important to listen to the client. But I think also I've had a lot of conversations with people where they're saying, oh, but they want me to do this extra stuff. And it's like, yeah, you should never have just been paying only attention to Google the whole time. Like, you should have been looking at where your footprint was on social, where your footprint was with your digital PR. You should have been having chats with paid and all of that stuff, because it's always been about digital discovery, not just about Google. It's always been about digital discovery. And it's something Sante pointed out as well, that they're showing you where the gaps are. If it says, if you say, tell me about my brand, and it doesn't tell you about, some really important service that you have, that's a gap. That's telling you that there's a gap, that somewhere within the digital consensus of the web and of that AI tool, that they're missing something, that you haven't articulated that clearly. It hasn't been put out there in the right way. And that's a great tool. It's a great tool to be able to have that to hand, to say this is missing, something's missing here. We need to move forward and do something about that. And I think that, we're so lucky that we have, with the rise of vibe coding, that there's so many additional tools to help you move forward. So previously, if you had a gap and let's say you didn't have folks to help you with copywriting, you'd kind of be stuck. But now you can move forward, and maybe it won't be like the best copywriting you've ever seen, but like you can move forward. and let's say you don't know how to do Python. That's okay. Gemini can coach you, or whatever AI bestie is your friend. And maybe you do need a human to help you with it in the end, but maybe you'll need an hour instead of 7 hours. And that's great too. So I think there's, I've heard it said, I've never actually confirmed it, but I've heard it said that in some languages, the word for crisis and the word for opportunity are the same. And I think that that's where I sit with this. So I think that we should use this as an opportunity to create new connections around the web, to fill those gaps with our brand visibility, with our digital visibility, with our digital PR, with our paid, whatever it may be. And I think that it's a really interesting time, and I hope to see more people getting stuck into that in the coming year.
Thank you so much for that, Crystal. Bridging the gap, man. There's such a big opportunity there that we all miss out on a lot of the time. So really, really another one to kind of remember and get in front of mind for next year. Thank you so much, Crystal. And last but not least, we have Sanja.
Sanja.
Yeah. Introduce yourself and tell us what your number one SEO tip for 2026 is.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me for another year, and of course for being able to participate in the book again. I'm Sanja Markovic. I'm a senior SEO specialist at TransPerfect. I've been in the industry almost 10 years. And my tip for 2026 is another synergy. So a lot of you already spoke about some synergies with paid, with ads, and in the end, SEO cannot work in the vacuum. But my synergy is more related to UX. So I think that SEO should work more with UX teams in 2026 and in general to create more user-friendly and really people-oriented content strategies. Because in SEO, we are very focused, on breaking the algorithm. We want to understand what people search about from the other side. But it's actually very interesting to get the data from UX research team and really understand what is driving their behavior, what is driving the user behavior behind their search, what is having a real impact on their decision-making process. Because there is a lot of factors, social, political, economical, that shape user behavior. And with user interviews and other user experience tools that are used, we can really get this data and get these insights to inform our content strategies. With UX, we can learn who really our users are. We can build user personas based on the real data. We can get data on what are users' real motivations, what are their challenges, what are their pain points, and complement this data with SEO data on keywords and prompts to really build content that users will really read and that will really solve their problems and help them find the solutions to what they're searching for. So that will be my tip for next year.
Thank you so much for that. That was brilliant. Really, really insightful. Again, that synergy is another important thing. Sometimes we get so stuck in our own lane that we don't do that synergy, and it's really, really important. I'll quickly share a tip before moving on to the next question. I will just say, make your expert famous. That's kind of one of my key tips. I spoke to a lot of journalists this year, met with a lot of journalists, and actually their new strategy to counter AI, because a lot of journalists are getting annoyed that they're losing traffic because AI is picking up their articles and then putting it into overviews, and then they're losing traffic that way. So they're trying to create more and more kind of credible content. So they're wanting to work with experts in rich content format, videos, Q&As, webinars, anything like that. So if you've got experts within your brand, make them famous, really push them out even more, not just about them writing articles or doing expert commentary, actually really pimp them out and be their agents to put them out as much as possible, because that is another way to counter show real kind of human interaction and human content as opposed to sort of AI generated. So that's what I would say. I think we have like 3-4 more minutes before the end of this. If you had another tip that resonated with you within the book, what would it be? Anyone want to, because I don't think we're going to have time to go around. Anyone really want to share a tip?
I'd just love to jump on. I'm so sorry for mispronouncing it. Adriana. I just thought that was really, really important. I think that's a really important message for SEOs and other folks to just think about their business positioning and how they position their business. And I think that also goes to your point, Isa, about making the experts making the expert I don't know, famous or whatever, and I think thinking consciously about where you put yourself and where you put your brand and where you put your subject matter experts, I think that's really, really critical. So I was very much like to that point.
Thanks, Marcel. And I really wanted to call out like Santi. I really loved like what he's saying about like learning and like and dying. And I think we all we are not taking the credits how much we are learning every day, every Friday evening, every Sunday morning, and of course everything between. And we are thinking that we have been born with this, but no, there is a last 10 years constantly learning and still having that kind of if I don't learn more, I will die. So I really think we should all got these credits to ourselves.
Absolutely. No, definitely agree with that.
I think it's worth jumping on that point as well and saying that's why I personally feel there's such a great community on the likes of LinkedIn. We've got such a seismic shift going on with the industry at the moment. Everyone's testing, everyone's trialing, everyone's learning. We're all figuring it out. And I really see LinkedIn as a great source of just, getting to meet like-minded people who are tackling the same issues and trying to find the same results.
I totally agree. Loads more community, loads more connecting, problem solving together as a group, right? Because it's a bit of a head scratcher. This whole thing that's happened in the last 2-3 SEOs, we're always having to evolve and change and learn. But I think in the last 2-3 years, it's kind of gone that way. And we really need each other in that community to kind of learn, or as Sante says, die. Any more? Any last couple of minutes? Any more?
I would love to add a hint to this expert tip. Look, when company or brand didn't have any experts, they also are missing out on video SEO, on social SEO, like SEO for Instagram. And sometimes we tell them it's super important to have this person or few persons, the authors, and they say, no, let's make a fake one. And that's a dead end. They need to change that thinking, right?
Totally, absolutely. I think we're nearly out of time because people are getting kicked out. Thank you so much. Insightful, lovely session with you guys. Learned so much. Take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you later. Bye.
Oh, Isa, thank you so much for being a wonderful host. That was absolutely incredible. It sounded like you've done that for years, so I really appreciate you coming on, and hopefully we can have you back for many years to come. So
thanks for having me, David. That was fun. Thanks a lot. Take care. See you later.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Bye as well. He's been in the
bye to the doggy. And so, thanks again to Isa. So the next 2 sessions is Marketing and Partnerships Manager at Candor, Jack Chambers-Ward. Hello, Jack.
Hi, David. How are you?
I'm very well indeed. How are you, sir?
Yeah, going well. Been enjoying the live stream so far. It's fun to be in the background and then jump in the hot seat. It's nice to be a contributor.
It's great to be in the background as well, just kicking people out and inviting people in. And well, I'm not kicking people out on purpose, but every half hour we've got a new panel here. We've got about 60 contributors. from the whole 117 that participated in the group that's part of this live stream. So it's something incredible to manage, and just grateful for everyone to come along. Grateful for my co-hosts, of course, as well. And so, Jack, I'll leave this one to you. We've got most of our contributors here at the moment. There may be one or two added to that, but I'm sure a decent quantity for you to get started with things.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is a fantastic panel of people. Some folks I know very well, some people I'm speaking to for the first time. And I'll come to someone I've known for a little while now. I'll kick things off with Mr. Andrew Optimizy. I'll come to you first, sir. Can you tell us your tip for SEO in 2026, please?
Hi, Jack. Hi, everyone. I'm Andrew from Optimizy. I am an SEO consultant. And my tip for SEO in 2026 was about testing stuff, just testing all the time. Like, I think that lots of people can get really caught up in all of the, the kind of the new shiny. I think like one of the other contributors talked about shiny syndrome and getting obsessed with new toys. And I think for a lot of our clients, like the fundamentals are still really super important. We had, SEO folks in Zurich talking about it at the latest Google conference about, making sure that you're doing the fundamentals and getting those things right, because GEO is SEO. So I just want to share a couple of examples. So I had a client who was freaking out about like, oh, my conversions are tanking and it's all going wrong. Is it AI overview stealing my traffic? Is it GPTs? Is it zero? Their conversion button was broken. Like the main thing on their page was like, so the developer had changed something and they'd updated it all. It still worked in the developer's browser, but for the majority of their clients who weren't in that same super niche browser on a Jumbotron screen that all developers and SEOs, we all kind of get like narrowed down into what we're doing and how it looks on our. You got to think about where your users are. So another good one, like, example to talk about, I've worked luckily enough with some really great Q&A testers, like quality assurance. They have really rigorous processes. If you can work with people like that, that's amazing. If you can recreate those kind of processes yourself, being really like super meticulous about what you're testing, how you're testing it, look at your Google Analytics data, what browsers are your customers using, what kind of things do they do, how does it work, all those kind of things. But have everybody seen like the user is drunk? That kind of testing thing where you basically pay a guy to drink loads of beer and then test your website and criticize it. You can do that for pennies, or you can just go to a cafe and buy people coffee and just give them a phone or like on their phone to say, hey, Jack, let me pay for your coffee. I want you to go to this website and try and buy red shoes, and then shut up. Don't tell them anything. Don't interrupt them. Let them get on it. And oh my goodness, you learn so much from watching people go, because it never works in quite the way you expect it to. So like, where do they bump into things? Where do they run into holes? Where do they fall down? So yeah, I find that like my job as an SEO is expanding so much more beyond SEO, because I used to think it was just, just sprinkle traffic all over the website and hope for the best. You can get less traffic and more conversions, and that's still better, right? So testing stuff is where I'm in.
Testing, making good data-driven decisions, right? I think that's an important part of what we want to do in SEO, not just kind of poke around in the dark. And hopefully, I know I can see Ryan Jones being excited about testing. I'll come to you in a minute, Ryan. Don't worry. Next up, I will introduce Monty. Welcome, Monty. What is your tip for SEO in 2026, please?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. What a treat being here. And my tip for SEO, for SEOs, global SEOs, and digital leaders in 2026 is very simple. Focus on what scales for your business at that moment in time, because it might sound very basic, but the reality is that most of the times this is the very first thing that we tend to forget when there is so much to learn about artificial intelligence, new platforms, new processes, case studies, about systems that we don't really know that much about, and we are all learning. And this is really important to and also understand that across different markets, global markets, AI adoption, is actually quite different. So not everyone will have adopted specific platforms, nor tools, or they won't be using them for the same reasons. And this might change over time while I am speaking, while we are talking right now here. There are two ways to counteract this, or actually not mutually exclusive, but the two ways that you can actually use. The first one is, make sure that you understand where you are at, your workflows, your your skill set, etc. See where exactly AI or any other technologies or any other workflows, processes can actually help out. And two, ensure that you actually know what the possibilities are, so that you know exactly what is probable for your business. Yeah, because everything is possible, but not everything is suitable for your business at that moment in time. It is important to use artificial intelligence with intention. That is absolutely important.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of us are talking about how to scale in 2026, right? I think a lot of us are worried about that. So very, very cool tip. Coming on next to Mr. Ryan Jones, speaking of things being in the right places and things like that, what is your tip for SEO in 2026, please?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me on. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and my first time contributing to the book as well. So hopefully the first of many. So yeah, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Ryan Jones. I'm the marketing manager at SEO Testing, and despite my young appearance, I have been in the industry for 10 years now. So I feel like a veteran at times, and I don't feel like a veteran at other times. So that's always quite interesting. But my tip for SEO in 2026 is we're going to move slightly further away from SEO, if you will give me a moment. But my tip is to be in the right place at the right time. And this is a two-pronged approach, right? So that first prong is, and this links back to what was being said in the first session about, like, we all know that SEO is multi-channel nowadays. It's not just search. It's not just ads. It's not just social media. It's email. It's now LLMs as well. Being in one place just isn't the answer anymore. And those brands that were just in one place are starting to see the sort of downfall from being that. And they're now starting to scramble a little bit and try and, okay, now we need to get our brand going on social media, and we need to do this and do that and do that. And I think that audience research is the key to finding out where your audience primarily hangs out, what channels they use, what things they look at different particular times, what channel is going to bring them the most success. And then this leads me to that second approach, which is customer journey mapping. So if you're anything like me, like, I still use Google for certain things. Like, I still use Google for shopping for shoes and things. I have particular brands I like, blah, blah, blah. I will go to Google, search Nike shoes or whatever. If you're my grandma, for instance, she will use Facebook for almost everything. And she clicks on every single Facebook ad in existence and costs brands so much money, even though she doesn't even like buy things half the time. But depending on what stage that your customer is at, they'll be using different channels. So if they're only at like the awareness stage, they might still be using search, social media, LLMs now to try and find the problems. When they start to get towards more of that interest stage, then it might turn into direct traffic of people going actually to your website straight away to have a look at what you do. It might then involve newsletters. It might then involve video platforms like YouTube, Vimeo, TikTok, all that kind of stuff. And then when it comes to the actual desire, that purchase stage, then it's going to be your actual website itself. It might be ads that they're clicking on. They see you in at the top of the Google SERP and they say, I know that brand. I'm going to click on that. I don't care if it's an ad or not, or they might not even realize it's an ad, but I know them. I want them. It might even be email as well. They might subscribe to your email list. So they might then enter your website through an email. And the only way to succeed in 2026 and every other year for that matter is combining that approach. So find where your audience is, find out what platforms they use when they're at different stages, map those stages to the content that you're putting out, and reach people where they are. Be in the right place at the right time.
100%, mate. Yeah. I think with a lot of us talking about the omni-channel, multi-channel approach, and that segues very well into Sukhjinder's point, talking about brand. Sukhjinder, I'll hand it over to you for your SEO tip for 2026.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's pretty much what I was going to say. So you just want to copy and paste that. But no, yeah, just trying to articulate from what I said before in the book entry as well. Because I mean, going into thinking about strategy the next day and stuff, things have been changing on a daily basis, right? So try and stay true to that while updating it a little bit. So focusing on appearing everywhere and focusing on recognition and the brand as an entity. And I really like this visual from Rise at 7. Did it a couple of weeks ago on LinkedIn, where they had an advert of a search journey on a road and the different touch points. So touching on what you said as well, Ryan. So thinking about where people are searching and where you can appear in front of them, and focusing on how, and just taking a step back, looking at how people were worried about the reduction in clicks in search. Basically, you know, that it's not like a leak of traffic where it's just completely evaporating. People, that traffic is going somewhere and that engagement is going somewhere. And we've got an opportunity to basically get in front of where they are and focusing on basically zooming out a little bit and figuring out, okay, so now that we know Instagram Reels and TikTok videos are appearing in organic search, how can we basically use our existing content ideas and content pillars, whatever, and our blogs to basically snippet them a little bit across, you know, videos and, you know, other mediums and stuff, and adding more, you know, FAQ stuff to our existing landing pages, and trying to get a lot more mileage out of our existing strategies, and then adding to that and working with the other channels. And I feel like even today, speaking to a lot of different channels within, you know, companies that I'm working with, they're still not communicating effectively between each other, like PPC, SEO, that traditional kind of connection that we should be making, you know, so targeting the same landing pages, sharing the same keywords, and then focusing on, you know, helpful content, EAT, and then also having a look at the metrics we've been focusing on. You know, even when we were tracking keywords back then, back in the day, search was personalized, has been personalized for a long time. So, you know, keyword tracking has never been 100% accurate, and even more so now. So yes, we've got AI overviews tracking as well, but we might have to take a step back further and just have a look at brand and non-brand. And if people are kind of doing a traditional organic search and then doing a paid search and being remarketed to, and then doing a ChatGPT bit of research and clicking on a brand, they might do a branded organic search, and then we might not immediately be looking out for that increase in branded traffic. And so just having a look for that as a metric, and those kind of visibility scores, and basically focusing on those core kind of KPIs around engagement and high intent, high quality traffic, and worrying less about those traditional SEO metrics. So yeah, I feel like I could articulate it a little bit more, but it's changing on a daily basis. And I think you guys have done a great job already at talking about the omni-channel side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I feel like a lot of the industry is talking about it, right? I think you summarized it really, really well there. And another segue, talking about conversion and user journeys and stuff. Araminta, I'll come to you next for your SEO tip for 2026.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Araminta Robertson. I am Managing Director at Mid Studios. We're a content marketing agency that specializes in the fintech and financial services sector. And my tip is prioritize creating bottom of the funnel content to get better results from SEO and LLMs. Now, just to recap quickly, what do I mean by bottom of the funnel content? So if we look at a typical funnel, which is a metaphor, you know, we know that it's not exactly how people buy, but it's just an analogy to understand a little bit how to categorize content. Top of the funnel is when someone is learning about a topic. They're very early on in their buyer journey. So for example, they're looking up something like, what is a budget? Middle of the funnel, they're aware they have a problem, but maybe don't know what the solution is, how to create a budget, for example. And bottom of the funnel means that they are aware they have a problem and are actively looking for a solution. So for example, budgeting tools, top budgeting tools. And with AI overviews and LLMs, top of the funnel queries like what is a budget are basically being answered within the tool, right? Within ChatGPT, within Gemini, and within an AI overview, which just means that fewer and fewer people are clicking to websites. And so what really matters, the most important time to appear is when the user is ready to buy, is actively like, okay, give me a list of tools, give me a list of budgeting tools, I want to test them out. If you don't appear as a brand when they're searching at that moment, you might not even enter into consideration. So, and the way to appear for those queries is with bottom of the funnel content by creating articles like top budgeting tools or what to consider when evaluating a budgeting tool, that kind of thing. So that's my tip for this year. Bottom of the funnel, I think, is more important now than ever. And I really encourage brands and marketers to invest in this kind of content to get the best results with SEO and LLMs.
Amazing. Thank you. Yeah, bottom of the funnel content's getting a lot of love in the comments. Thank you so much for everybody in the chat. Please do let us know if you're enjoying the show so far. Demian, I'll come to you next. Let's talk about some AI visibility and restructuring your content. What's your tip for SEO in 2026, please?
Hi, Jack, and hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. And I could second every single talk so far, so I'm so glad that we are definitely correctly put in the same section of the book. The wonderful book, by the way, that I had the occasion to go through already, so I really highly recommend it. And my tip for 2026 is to reorder your content to future-proof your search dominance. And when I say that, I really mean a lot of what's been already said, anchoring your brand in a single source of truth, and organizing your content as really modular data and putting the evidence first. Basically, this is your truth, and AI can and shouldn't change your truth, even if it does sometimes. And all the effort should be put there very, very, very quickly. And I've got a sub tip really. It's like, if you don't know what a PIM and DAM is, and if you've never used one, and if you've got a global website or a significant website with significant content, let's say, in it, please do learn about them. A PIM is a product information management system, and a DAM is a data asset management systems. And the two data sets, databases, really, where you can put your source of truth. You can put your truth there. You can organize everything with attributes, evidences, media, IDs, timestamps, provenance, everything can be in two databases and feed your website that becomes a little bit more like a shell more than actually a web page full-fledged, let's say. So then you are really controlling your source of truth. Of course, there is another control that is more difficult to get. It's what people say externally about you and your brand. But some work can be done around that too. So I think we are going to talk a lot about branding in 2026 around SEO, and I totally agree. SEO is more than SEO. It's been 20 years that I believe in that, and it's always been more than SEO for me since 20 years. So I would really say, if you haven't even thought of organizing your truth, not to do it now. PIM and DAM is accessible for anyone, any company, even the smallest one. There are free software that actually can give you a PIM and make you start with one. Don't just have a media library anymore. You really need to put everything you can around your media asset, around your content, because LLMs will actually prefer your source also, and will not replace your source of truth. We talk a lot about AI slop now, and I think that's going to be a buzzword in 2026, how AI hallucination can be deceiving in lots of what we do and in our searches too. So for me, truth is even more important than this year, and will be more important next year and in the years to come.
Very, very cool. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's again, a lot of topics we're crossing over very nicely. Very nice little segues between topics as well. Speaking of standing out in AI search, Andreas, I'll pass it over to you for your SEO tip for 2026.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to thank Damien for that fantastic tip, because that's the first time I've actually heard anyone talk about this. So I'm not saying other people haven't, but I'm sure they have. I'm Andreas, founder and mad scientist at Artios. And my tip is quite LLM specific, but as Ryan mentioned before, SEO is a lot more omni-channel, and this tip will actually affect other channels as well. And the tip is this: it's to produce meaningful research that teaches LLMs something new. Now, I've seen quite a few quasi best practices, I don't know if they're official, about how you can get into LLMs, but and one of those best practices were to use deep research or deep mode. And unfortunately, I don't. Well, my testing has found that not to be true. That only works in the absence of original research. So if you want to become the source of truth, in addition to what Damien's recommending, you need to be producing scaled research, meaningful research that actually teaches LLMs something new. Because if you're not teaching them anything new, then why would an LLM prefer you over the other brands that they're featuring in their AI search results? And this is such a metronomic truth. Without fail, you will be quoted and get pipeline from AI search.
Very, very cool. Yeah, I think a lot of us, again, talking about actually producing original content and not just recycling over and over again. And research is a brilliant, brilliant way of doing that. Actually bringing real, actual data is a really, really cool idea. And last but not least, Joe, what is your tip for SEO in 2026, please? Don't forget to unmute yourself, mate.
Oh, sorry. So
There we go.
There you go.
It's going to happen.
I'm Joe Howe. I am the founder of Verde Digital, and we specialize in fashion and e-commerce brands, SEO for those. And basically, my tip for 2026 is really to kind of build out collection pages, basically category pages for your fashion or e-commerce brand. I think it's a massively overlooked part of a lot of SEO strategies. Araminta, you spoke about bottom of the funnel content, and I think it works really nicely here. So for example, we work with an athleisure brand, and they sell athletic clothing, but they didn't have pages for yoga clothing or Pilates clothing. And actually that's what people are searching for. It's the same product range, but how do you build out that collection to target that specific user? Because it's the same product, it can be used for the same type of people, but there's a completely different search behavior and a user behind it. So basically looking at the product range you have, what does that align with from like a search perspective? How are people searching? Is it by event? Is it by user? Is it by recipient? Is it by color? There's so many different opportunities that people aren't taking advantage of. And that's really where I think that so many brands, especially those on Shopify, because it's so easy to do on Shopify, can really take advantage of in 2026.
Very, very cool. Absolutely. Nice to get some e-commerce stuff in as well. And I said last but not least, it wasn't last. Rana, welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the show. Just in time for you to share your SEO tip for 2026.
Thank you. So my tip for 2026, actually, I thought out of the box a little bit in a sense of not using AI directly to SEO, but using AI to enhance the process in general. Meaning there's a lot of tools, like Damien has said since a little bit. There are a lot of tools that use AI that can enhance our process in general, like, for example, creating the presentation very quickly, communicating with the client very quickly. Maybe also we have a real chance of these tools that we can create videos and avatars so that we can spread our work, we can educate our clients, communicate to them in a new way. So that was because I know my colleagues at the bar they have talked a lot about AI and SEO specifically, and I wanted to talk about how to use AI to enhance the process of doing SEO in general. Also, one important stuff is about you taking notes with AI. It will help a lot when talking with a client, communicating and approving things. So my advice for 2026 is, as you look for new tools to enhance your SEO internal process, look also for tools to enhance the process outside of SEO in terms of productivity and communication, because now more than ever we need that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Second little bit, we've got about 7 or so minutes left. So I'll give a quick whip round of the group once again. Optimizer, I'll be back round to you. So get ready, get prepared. Have there been any other tips you want to give a shout out to? One tip that resonated you with someone else from around the, perhaps on this panel, perhaps somewhere else in the live stream or somewhere else in the book. Andrew, I'll come to you first.
I knew you were going to ask me this, so this is going to sound like I planned this. I swear I didn't. But Jack, I read yours, and like diversifying, like, and it kind of, because it kind of overlapped with a little bit about what I was saying in terms of like my job as an SEO just seems to be more and more about things that aren't just SEO. It's not just, get me ranked on #1 on Google, sprinkle a load of traffic over it, hope for the best. So that kind of like diversifying your traffic sources, we're all looking at AIs and GPTs and LLMs and all this kind of stuff. Like, if Google died tomorrow, where's your traffic coming from? So that kind of diversification point about, at some point, one of these monopoly like court cases is going to land and Google's going to get splintered a little bit, or, all these other kind of things. Just always be thinking that sort of step ahead. So that was one that really resonated with me.
Absolutely. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Appreciate the shout out. Monty, I'll come to you next, which is another tip from another contributor that really resonated with you. Don't forget to unmute, Monty. There we go. Lovely.
There are so many great tips in this book. I fully recommend reading it from the beginning to the end. But the tips that have resonated mostly with me are related to the ones that I have already given. And so, for example, the first one about Keith Good. Sorry, I had forgotten his name. Is So Keith Good's tip about thinking in systems is really, really important right now because we need to understand what sticks, right? And what can scale, moving from the possibilities into what's probable, and knowing what exactly it is that is happening across an organization and how we can actually collaborate and other people can collaborate with us is actually absolutely important. It really, really is. And in thinking about what scales and what I know never goes out of fashion is brand. You have to really build your brand, and you don't really build it in Google Ads or Google Search, etc. You actually build it across the board, which is the reason why, Jack, your tip was actually very, very good, and it's good good for people to actually understand that we don't really live in a bubble. We read books, we read articles, we search in Google, we use social media. We need to be present there because our audiences are in there. So diversify as well and think in systems.
I promise I didn't pay the panel to just recommend my tip, but it just clearly resonated. Thank you, Monty. Thank you. Ryan, I'll come to you next. Please don't pick my tip. This will look very embarrassing if you pick my tip now. What's another tip that resonated with you?
Oh, the temptation just to say yours now, just for the laugh. But no, surprisingly, and this will come to anyone who knows me, it will come as a shock to no one that I'm going to recommend Andrew's tip, because testing is something that I absolutely live and breathe every single day. It's like from the moment I'm in the office, I'm testing something new. But it links through to everything that we do. We can say that like we don't know what's going to work like 2 weeks from now because everything's changing so quickly. So the only way to test what works now is to actually test and find out what works now. And it's the only way that, given how fast things are changing, it's the only way you can scale as well. Test, find what works, and then scale that until such time as it doesn't. And then the whole process starts again. Test, find what works, scale it, keep going until Google does something or an LLM has its first ever core update or whatever, and then it doesn't work again.
Very cool. Of course, you're going to shout out testing. Almost like
Absolutely.
did it on purpose, just to bait you. Suk, over to you. Another tip that resonated with you, mate.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So loads of really good tips as well. And I was just thinking about what Damien said about finding your brand's truth and basically feeding LLMs and Google more original content. And just building on that, I have to say, like, one of the most enjoyable things working with clients, like, especially after 17 years where a lot of this gets a little bit samey at times, is finding that unique thing that they're good at and they're an authority on, and tying that into their helpful content EAT and identifying them experts and saying, and it's a wicked sell into them as well. You can say, look, you guys are the experts. You will be visible experts. And on the back end, your helpful content EAT and your entity is going to get built up massively. And in all these LLMs, that the buzzwords which you keep mentioning every reporting call out, what we're doing. I was like, well, part of it is you lot are the experts. and I can develop, these expertise and these content pillars with you guys, and we can own this and feed more original content and be seen as one of those worthwhile sources when you next see the citations and AI overviews and whatnot. So yeah, I think that's a really good one that I'm running with.
Amazing. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. We're heading into the second half of the hour. Suk, we'll see you later. Everybody else who's been kicked off already. Thank you, David, for kicking everyone off. Tom, Miriam, welcome. Come and join me for the second half of the hour. I'll come straight to you guys since we're already getting stuck in. Ramona, welcome. Come along. Miriam, I'll pass over to you first. What is your tip for SEO in 2026? And introduce yourself to the lovely people on the live stream.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Myriam Gessier, and as you can hear, I am painfully French. And if you can check my background, you can actually see this is not the typical SEO setup. It's a leather crafting studio, okay? Why am I saying this? I'm telling you this because if a machine were to check me talking about SEO, AI would probably go, wait, I recognize these tools in the background, and I'm not so sure that the image in the back matches with what's coming out of this person's mouth. Are they really an SEO based on all the other clues I'm seeing? So my tip boils down to brands need to be aware that the web, as we know it as specialists, is entering the real world, the outside world. We're bringing it back in. And this is thanks to multimodal search. I can take a picture of, for example, Tom's headphones and go, hey, I want these headphones. What are they? And it's going to make a guess, or it's going to, check it out. Yeah, Tom, we'll discuss this afterwards. Don't worry. So basically, it's one of those things where it's very complex to explain to companies. You need to review your packaging. Can I take a picture of it, or is it too holographic and the machine is not going to read it? But for a plumber, it's the same. Hey, can you do a quick video explaining what you fix and why? And this will be understood, and it's now associated with your brand that you do this. So the next time we have an issue and I upload this into ChatGPT, goes, oh, wait, I know what this is. I have the source. There's a local guy here that can help you. So that's what it boils down to. Great, but it goes more than just video and images. It also does audio. So everyone listening out there, please be aware, and I know Jack is, that when you're putting a video out there, it's the backdrop that's sending a signal. It's what you're saying, the emotions, the sentiment with which you're saying it. So it's mapping different tracks to be able to say, okay, I know what you're talking about. I trust you. I'm going to surface the information. So to close this up, every brand should have a visual knowledge graph or a Bible in their heads going, okay, if I'm going to be talking about luxury as a brand, maybe don't wear a Temu watch while you're doing it. Make sure that you're associated with the items people expect you to be associated with. So my favorite, and this is my last tip, my favorite thing is the manly marshmallow audit. That's what I say. Like, take a picture of your product in a supermarket or anywhere else it is and see how it's spaced out. So there's very manly barbecue marshmallows. They're regular marshmallows, but the packaging is different. So that packaging, it's black, it's got flames, it's got dude font everywhere explaining to you that this is not a regular marshmallow. This is a big manly marshmallow. And yeah, everything around it screams barbecue. Everything around it screams, this is the right spot. It's the right, apparatus for a successful barbecue. This is not your grandma's hot chocolate marshmallow. It's a manly marshmallow. So figure out where your brand fits in, like whether it be on the web or physically. Does every single cue around it signal, reinforce the entity saying, hey, this is the right spot for me as a brand? I'm seeing that there's a question. Wait, my man marshmallows are just marshmallows? No, they're not. Of course they're not. They come with extra packaging and maybe some temperature differences if we want to push it. Okay, I'm going to mute myself and I want to hear everyone else.
Amazing. Thank you, Miriam. Getting into some multimodal stuff straight away is always fun. Next, the man with the enviable headphones. Welcome, Tom. What is your tip for SEO in 2026, please?
Hey, Jack, and hey, everybody. My name is Tom Winter. I'm the founder at SEOwin.io, which is an AI writing tool that does research, and we also provide content creation services for agencies. So my tip for 2026 is focus on genuine EAT to determine what valuable content looks like. And if you want to remember one sentence from everything that I said, define what good looks like. This is the key that you have to focus on, whatever you're doing. I'm living and breathing content every day. I know how good content looks like, but whenever you're going to AI, whenever you're going to your team, it doesn't matter, define what good looks like, because then you can pass the process to people. So if, for example, you would like to travel to London, you first have to define where London is. If you will just jump on any plane, you will not get there. Like, you can pray to the gods, but probably you will not get there. You have to understand where London is to get there. So if you want to create valuable content, and this is the thing that I feel matters at this point, we all, as SEOs, we love to do hacks, but unfortunately, we actually have to create value in whatever we're doing. So we have to define what is EAT, so experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. We have to create a rubric that defines what is 1, what is 10, according to us. If we want to pass it to AI, or if we want to pass it to our team, we have to be on the same page. They do have to understand what we're doing. If everybody has a different definition, we're gambling. It's all over the place. We're not getting to the point that we want. And we have to make it flexible. So if you're creating such a rubric, calibration rubric, and you're thinking about different niches, you have to take it into account that if you're gardening and creating an article about blueberries, you don't have to stuff it with statistics because your rubric says, like, I need 2 statistics in my blueberry article. If you're talking about the SaaS content, then probably statistics make more sense. But define what good looks like. It doesn't matter if you're creating prompts, if you're creating content, if you're working on something. If you don't know where you're heading, how do you want to get there? And that would be my tip for 2026.
Lovely. Thank you, Tom. Nice little segue there. I'm going to jump into some brand discussion. Ramona, what is your tip for SEO in 2026, please?
Hi, everyone. I'm Ramona Joita, the founder of Marketes, a digital marketing agency based in Romania. Thank you for having me first, Jack, and nice meeting you. My tip for SEO in 2026 was to focus on branding by incorporating omnichannel SEO tactics. I think that we talk a lot today about branding, and yes, it's like a safety band for us nowadays, because, well, branding is a guarantee for both Google and AIs that your company is doing something good. So that's why both Google and LLMs like to mention brands and to rank brands. I think it's important, and I like to give this example to my clients, to start looking, if we didn't do that so far, to start looking at the Google page like an advertising space. We have the blue links, we have the PPC space, we have the images, we have the videos, we have the people also ask section. So my advice is to create our strategies and to incorporate and to have in mind all these spaces that we can fill out with our brands. At the same time, I think it's good to understand how LLMs work, because we can see that they are updating all the time. This year, ChatGPT introduced, and now now I think on Black Friday they even highlighted the offers to you. So it's important to keep up with these changes and to adjust the strategies. Of course, be flexible. If in the past I used to do strategies for 1 year ahead, now I don't advise the SEO specialist to do that anymore. I do them now for 3 months or for 6 months maximum. So yeah, be flexible, be agile, focus on branding, and be up to date with everything that's happening in the digital space.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of us are working a little bit more short term at the moment, not planning too far ahead, I think is a good idea. And that leads very nicely into segue. Folashad, I'll come to you next. What is your tip for SEO in 2026, please?
Hi, Jack. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to be here as well. Well, maybe mine contradicts what Ramona just said a bit. But mine is around SEO not just being reactive, but being more proactive in nature, right? Using the data that you have, so we start to anticipate customers' needs before they even become queries. And what we intend to do is actually to mix our data, use your Search Console data, use your analytics data, but also use what the market is saying. You could use market trends to actually forecast what you think customers are going to be searching for, right? most of the time, especially if you have years of data, lots of data, right? You would not really think it's gold, but it's gold. Your data is gold. You can actually really see what could happen in future around what customers are going to search for on your website or on your app. So yeah, that's my tip. Mix the data that you have, you mix it with market trends, look at what's happening, and use the data that you have to anticipate what customers are going to search for. With that, you can actually build a more robust calendar. At least even if you don't look far ahead, 1 year, we say no, you can actually look a month ahead and start to say, okay, this time they're probably gonna search for this on the website, and you start to build a more robust content calendar to address what might come up on your website. So yeah, I'll say that, yeah, you need to think about how to use this, and also some tools that you can use as well. You can use Ahrefs and some other ones to look at growth forecasts. So if you've done this kind of analysis, you've seen, okay, these topics are going to trend, this is going to happen. You can use these tools to do a better forecast. So they've got the growth forecast part of things there, so you can actually take your topics and say, okay, so what's the growth forecast for this for the next 2 months? What's the growth forecast for this for the next half a year, right? But also, if you're into a bit of coding, also you can think about how you can use things like Prophet or Rima to do some forecasting around what you could search for. But first things first, you can just go on any of those tools and check what the growth forecast could be, and use that to create your content calendar for the next few months. Yeah,
love it. I appreciate bringing in the blend of like customer data and search data as well. I think that's always really important for a lot of our strategies. That ties in very nicely, bringing in the human element. Valentina, what is your tip for SEO in 2026, please?
Hi everyone, and I'm very glad to be here. So my tip for SEO in 2026 is just to not forget the traditional SEO, really. So I think it kind of merges quite well with what Tom said as well about EEAT, so to bring in the sort of expertise, experience, and to show it across the website overall, not only on the bottom of the funnel, which is how you would normally create content often, but also on top of the funnel. What I mean is by showing how your products, for instance, in e-commerce are valuable, or how whatever you are selling or whatever you're trying to get to is valuable also on a top of the funnel way. So sort of anticipating what the user would like to know as well. So it's kind of a way to do FAQs, but a little bit more in depth. So as Tom was saying as well, kind of showing statistics, if in your product it's good to show statistics or anyway some sort of more in-depth information, but also to not forget the technical, so your foundation. So structured data are very, very important. I think we don't really talk enough about everything about schema markup. Also, sorry about my voice, but I'm a little bit sick. So all about schema markup and showing and actually communicating directly, right, with the bots. And in this way, we can generally sort of create a structure of what we're trying to show on our website and be kind of straightforward as well. And also on this side as well, the authority part is also fundamental, kind of showing everywhere, showing LLMs as well as search engines that our brand is valuable, that people think we're valuable. So sort of our neighborhood, right, think that we're valuable and we are sort of at the top of the industry. Even, we might be whoever, but if we believe we are, eventually we're going to be that. And if we show that to on the web, then that's exactly what's going to happen. So in general, my tip for 2026 is generally to not forget about the basics of SEO, from EEAT to the sort of technical foundations, and obviously the authority, which is a big highlight of the EEAT side as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We're going to get a bit technical now. Simone, I'm going to come to you next. What is your tip for SEO in 2026, please?
Hello, everyone, and hi, Jack. Very nice to meet you. So, yeah, my take, obviously, it draws from a technical background, and it will be all about improving the crawl management for all of our websites. And that is potentially because with the new wave of search bots that we've seen arise in the past, probably in the last year especially, it is so important for us to understand what are the search bots that actually hit our servers and therefore that can drain our crawl budget. And where I'm going with that, of course, is to potentially touch him more than before on server logs analysis, which I understand is something very scary and also very difficult to get. I mean, it used to be difficult in the past, but now I think things are changing and are changing very, very fast. Also from a cybersecurity perspective, I think most of the providers out there are very well aware that, people like us that, of course, work in SEO are not necessarily well versed in tech, and therefore they may need some better tool to make server logs more accessible. And therefore, I think that we're going to see a rise in tools providing us more accessible way to get server logs. And also, I mean, we also have LLMs to learn and to make sure that we can expedite the learning process to query the databases using SQL. So I can see in the 2026 some more focus from an SEO perspective in detecting all of the AI bots crawling our websites. Is going to be absolutely important for us to do that. We shouldn't even forget about JavaScript, of course, although of course Google now has become much better at rendering it, but still, if we are able to access and to analyze server logs in an easier way, in an easier fashion, I think that is also a very good point for us, not only from a technical perspective, but also for all the other people that are not that technical. That will be it for me.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. And last but not least, we've got a dynamic duo in the little corner there. Rena and Dixon, welcome to the show. Rena, I'll come to you first. What is your tip for SEO in 2026?
All right, thank you. All right, so discoverability. I love data. And of course, we always are drawn towards like looking at what works, what doesn't work, what performs well, what can be repeated. But what's important beyond just looking at the data is looking at where our buyers are and being visible on all of these different platforms and all the different channels that they are looking for. So where is it that our buyers that are using our product, our services, and that are really, really important to us, right? So where are these guys making decisions? Where are these guys getting information? And how could we be part of that conversation? So, and not necessarily looking at, let's influence this. It's looking at, okay, let's be the best in front of our customers. We all want to do that. But it's important to remember beyond those data points what really, really matters to those people who are going to be using what we are proposing, what we are putting out on the market there. And I think that a lot of conversations recently, and a lot of conversations that I can see in the future is going to continue being around like, what can LLMs do? What can they see? What should we do? What technical implementation should? All of that is really, really important. But it's almost like, look, there are a number of roads to Rome, right? So you are going to go like using the back roads, you're going to fly, you're going to swim, whatever you're going to do. But once you get there, I think the important point is to make sure that you're visible, that you're there whenever that buyer gets there, you're there and you're visible, you're in front of them. And of course, making sure also to understand. So obviously my point is really like making sure that discoverability is in front of the buyers. Making sure also that the relevancy is there as well. It's not just about like pushing all that information and making sure like, okay, this is very SEO friendly, AI search friendly, LLM friendly, fantastic, but also it's relevancy as well. So what I'm putting out there, is that relevant? Okay, so the AI can pick it up, that's brilliant. But what is the buyer going to do with this? And that really is something that I'm sort of driving conversations more and more towards, like think about these end people, these end users, and what is the value that, whether it's going to be through traditional SEO or AI search, what is the value that you are going to be bringing to these guys? And of course, to be doing that, I think that my final tips will be like, stay relevant, stay agile, and stay close to the market. So that would be my tips. Thank you.
Your mic's off.
I know. Sorry. Amateur hour here. Thank you, Rena. Dixon, your turn. Finish us off. Thank you, mate.
So my tip is this. I guess my tip starts with either 40% or 60%, I'm not sure, of all LLM queries don't involve a search lookup at all. And I think that's an interesting place to start, because my tip is whatever metric you're going to use for AI in 2026, don't make traffic one of them. Because most people in their buying journey are making their decision based on the LLM output, not based on coming to your website. So the thing about SEO is that it was all about getting a user to come to your website, and then you could convince them to buy your product on your website. In LLMs, they're saying, what is the best, I don't know, washing machine for saving energy? It's going to do all the thinking for you. You've got your researcher going out. It's going to come back with the answers for you. You're going to go straight to the shop and buy the brand that's on the screen. So whatever you do, traffic as a metric is not the right way to measure things. Instead, try and go for accuracy of representation, and try and make sure that your arguments are coherent, and to your point, that they feed to their actual customer, not to any generic customer. And to Simone's point, the crawling, when they come to crawl pages, most of the time, if it's on the fly at the last minute, it's the LLM trying to make a decision for the user. So the crawl, really important that it picks up the right information and doesn't pull out the JavaScript on the fly because it can't on the fly or whatever. But that's not necessarily the visitor coming through. That's the indexation, even if the indexation is only for the duration of that particular search.
Lovely. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting thing to think about, factoring that data side of things and not just trust all the numbers straight away and what our tools are telling us, for sure. We've got a couple of minutes left, 6-7 minutes or so. I'm going to do a very quick whip round, hopefully keep it as succinct as possible. Basically, I want you all to pick another tip that you read in the book or you've heard today on the live stream that has really resonated with you, and I'll come back around straight to you. Miriam, please.
Okay, so I think that a few of you have seen my giant eyeballs going, yes, Simone is right, because and it echoes with a lot of other people. There's quite a few folks I wanted to say thank you to regarding the, hey, make up your own metrics portion of the book. But now I'm just like, no, please listen to Simone, because there's a reason. I'm not waiting for tools to come up with other, I don't know if I can swear on this, but imagine the metrics we've been served for years, okay? No Google ads, that's not a real conversion. No, you didn't just 100% contribute to this. Can we stop this? We have an opportunity now to go, okay, let's reset. Let's figure this out. What are you really telling me? Because Perplexity has been caught with their hands in the cookie jar when it comes to a lot of things. They lie. It's lies. So how about we focus on what we can actually see, measure, act upon. And as a tiny side note, there's 3 types of bots. There's the one that's going to, like train. Okay, you want to know if you're part of the training data. The second one, which is, hey, just in case, I'm going to go check out these things. And then there's the holy grail. The user is asking something so specific. I don't trust myself to hallucinate this. I'm going to go look for it. So everyone should be aware of these new layers as well, because otherwise you're going to have a rough road. Okay, I pass it on to Tom.
Thanks a lot. First of all, I will give a huge shout out to David Bain that he made it happen and he does it consistently every single year. This is just like an amazing. So shout out to David and his team. You're doing a great job. I would stay with content because content is my life. And I would go with something that Greg Gifford said, to write real, authentic human experience. Because we all humans, because we have AI, we are getting lazy. I can see a drop in content quality because we are not giving our experience. We have to understand what are our superpowers and what we can give to the content. The experience is one of the things that we actually can give because AI doesn't have it. So we can't be lazy. We have to add our value inside the content. And this is the way to differentiate yourself from everybody else's regurgitated content, from the things that you're seeing. So definitely follow this.
Nice. Thank you, Tom. Ramona, another tip that resonated with you, please.
I resonate with what Tom said earlier to define what good means to you, because I've been working with clients from several markets like the UK, US, Romania, and some other countries. And I've noticed that what works in one country, when you target what market, it doesn't necessarily work in another market. So you need to test and you need to define what exactly means good to your business, to your company, to measure. And yeah, that's the tip that I liked the most from today.
Nice. Thank you very much. Folashad, how about a tip that you enjoyed in the book?
I would say it's Maria's, and just listening to her earlier around what you need to do to make sure your brand is useful and you're tying it to actual things that people are interested in, people that like the product are interested in, right? And that really resonates with me. Like if you're selling luxury products, those don't be seen wearing cheap stuff. Like just make sure that you're selling your brand in the best possible way to your target customers. So yeah, that was a good one.
Lovely. Valentina, how about you?
I think I have a few also just by the conversation of today. One of them is definitely the flexibility. So to base on data and sort of rather than doing the strategy for a whole year, to base on data and sort of reflect that on the strategy and sort of renew it, kind of refresh it every few months or 3 months or 6 months rather than for a whole year. Definitely that's one of the things that I resonate the most with. And another thing is to not base your measurement on traffic, because that's incredibly important. Traffic is not really a metric that is as important right now as it used to be. And yes, I really think that using all the metrics, such as how relevant you are, how relevant your results are, but also as much as how useful you could be, or simply more traditional metrics that are not traffic, is definitely an incredibly useful tip on that side.
Absolutely. We're getting right towards the end of the hour, so I appreciate some people might be disappearing. Simone, I'll pass it over to you. Is there any tips that resonated with you?
Yeah, it's actually a hard question because so many tips are very, very interesting and they all resonate to what is really current in the current landscape. But I don't know, my feeling is that every year that we go on, it's more or less all about coming back in time and try to tie everything back to the basics. And from a content, I mean, I shouldn't talk much about content, but I suppose that from a content perspective, it's what maybe Tom also was touching about, making sure that we actually write for the user, make sure, because at the end of the day, we need to tie all back to the EAT score, which is of course about focusing on what the user wants. So again, when it comes to tracking and measuring stuff, again, maybe like Miriam said before, not just to base our reasoning on some weird metrics or made up metrics. Just maybe sometimes talk to the users. If you've got a CRM team, if you work in house, go for it, prioritize it. If you don't, because you work in agency, it's more challenging, of course, but there are different ways to handle that. I think it all boils down to soft skills in talking with your clients when you work in an agency. So I'll wrap it up, I think.
Lovely. Thank you, mate. Rena, Dixon, last thing. Any tip to resonate with you? Rena, I'll come to you first.
Yes, thank you. Discoverability. How does success look like to you? So a few mentioned this. Dixon, Tom, pick your KPIs and metrics for next year, and make sure that they are telling that success story that you want to. And as a final point, make sure your buyers can find you. Be discoverable and be found online. Thank you.
Have I gone?
Go on, Dixon, squeeze it in. Go on,
Yeah, okay.
Last few seconds.
All right, okay, so guessing then. So citations are the new link building. So link building is not dead. I think citations in LLM output is really, really important. See what prompts, what sources are being mentioned in prompt responses.
Lovely. I will hand over to the next group, including the wonderful Garrett. Hello, David, once again. I will.
Thank you
get
so
out of
much,
the way.
Jack. Wonderful hosting as usual. Really appreciate you being part of it. Really appreciate all our previous guests. We've still got Dixon and Rita on there. Thank you so much for being part of it as well.
Thank you, guys.
Gentlemen, to take over hosting for the next hour, indeed, is Director of Marketing at iPool Rank, Garrett Sussman. Hey, Garrett, how you doing there?
I'm great, David. What's up? Everyone's got like the smooth butter, like radio voices, and I'm gonna come in like a jolt of coffee. So let's do this. How you doing, man?
You do it. You do it. I'm very well indeed, and all the better for seeing you. And I will just pass the baton over to you, sir. So take it away, please.
All right, rock and roll. Look at this crew. Okay, so we may get into AI. There may be some polarizing, controversial opinions, but we are here for the live book launch of SEO in 2026. I am super hyped to get everyone's opinions. This book came in the mail. I've been devouring it. Thank goodness, like everything may or may not be outdated at this point, but super hyped to welcome this amazing crew. We've got a bunch of great people here. So let's dive in. We're going to go around, ask these two really core questions, which are like, what is your number one SEO tip that you shared in the SEO in 2026? So let's start it off. And John, why don't you rock it for us?
Amazing. Thanks so much for having me, everybody, and super excited. I also don't have the radio voice that some of you all have, so I'll try to do my best as a New Yorker here, just try to slow down, explain myself really well so that everybody can understand what's going on here. This is super exciting. We've kind of seen so much change happening in the past year. In 2026, it's already I feel like my quote might be a little outdated already, like as you mentioned, but I really do think that this is kind of already understanding really how are brands getting discovered now in the world of AI, in the world of how search is changing. And so we're keeping a tight pulse on this for our clients, understanding what they need to be doing, how they need to be remaining visible, how they're building brands in this like AI native world. And so for us, like our tip was really just know your customer, know where they are and where they're finding your information, and then kind of lean into those channels even more so. And so that's really kind of what we were focusing on overall. And so it's not just like the old traditional way of SEO. It really is about brand building where your customers are, because that is going to be how you get discovered. And so for us, our more technical customers are really optimizing for, Perplexity or a ChatGPT type of search. Some of our customers are really optimizing for a really strong Reddit content strategy around kind of making sure their brand is well respected there. And we help them kind of be visible across those channels so that they are popping up when their customers are asking for them in those places.
Beautiful. I mean, it is that thing we put down in paper. Anything we put down paper, ink these days is so challenging. But yeah, investing in those channels are critical. Let's dive over to Melissa. Melissa, what's up? What was your number one SEO tip for the SEO in 2026 book?
Hey, everybody. I'm super excited to be here. I've been banging the drum for 10 plus years with the same dang tip, and I'm going to keep banging it into 2026. It's all about user intent. The way people are searching is changing, whether we want it to or not, whether the searchers want it to or not. And it's critical that we are creating content at every stage of the funnel based on that user intent. We need to figure out what problems we need to solve, get into that nitty gritty, really get into just the nuts and bolts of that problem and how to solve it for potential customers. And I've said it, gosh, I don't know how many events I've said it at this year. I truly believe, and y'all can beat me with the book next year if we need to, the top of the funnel is absolutely changing to LLMs. And the quicker you adapt your content strategy to focus on creating that top of funnel content there so that you're found, people remember who you are and what you do when they start venturing further down the funnel. And so like I said, I'm beating that drum. I'll probably die continuing to beat that drum 2026 and beyond.
I love it. I mean, it's really hard. Things are changing a lot, and it's really difficult. But you're right. Search intent. It comes down to the fundamental of like why we do what we do. Okay, Mike, what do you got for us? What was your number one tip for SEO in 2026?
Thanks, Garrett. Mine's, I'm going to say it's kind of boring, but it comes down to execution. And this has been a drum I've beaten as well over my career. Is just last thing we need is more beautiful opportunities that just aren't getting executed. And it's kind of twofold as well, not just like getting the client to actually execute on things, but getting in there and getting your hands dirty as well. I find different opportunities seem to arise when you start actually doing the work and updating things and moving things forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to talk, and I joke about being a talking head. You know, we're all here kind of sharing ideas, but like putting things out there and publishing and having kind of the strength to do it is what's going to move the metrics in the greater scheme of things, whether it's just brand or how to do stuff or whatever. Vince, my man, I'm so excited to hear what you got. Lay it on us.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, my whole thing is, this AI is moving so fast. It's easy to jump on the shiny thing that people are claiming is working for them. And it's kind of like, let's take a step back and make sure we don't lose the end user, because at the end of the day, that's what is going to really move the needle. Those are the tactics that I think are going to stay. We've seen Google pull out the rug from under us in so many different ways. And I think the people that have hung around and succeeded are the ones that have not lost sight of the end user. So, yeah, kind of like a general tip, and I feel like it's something I've always tried to push. I know when my time at Siege Media, Ross Hudgens was always like, he's a big believer in that. So I have kind of carried that through the rest of my career as well.
I love it. Moving the needle, making an impact, and focusing on like doing the thing. Okay, Mark Williams Cook, I'm excited to hear what you got. What was your number one tip in the SEO in 2026 book?
Hello, everybody. Well, moving the needle. Let's talk about that because we all like doing that. My tip was around working out which prompts are triggering retrieval augmented generation. So separating out things that are coming from in-model answers versus things where searches are happening. Because in my experience so far, you can have a much faster impact on queries that are doing searches in the background versus ones that are like baked into the model. So there's ways you can do that. There's ways you can see which queries are actually happening, which is super, super helpful. And that all ties into that approach becoming like multi-site focus. So it's not just about ranking your site anymore, but it's about, okay, these 3-4 searches are happening. These 20 sites are coming. So we need to be visible on those.
So critical to identify those places where you can actually be included versus what's just training data. Okay, Aleda Sully, so excited to see you, Aleda. What was your number one tip for the SEO in 2026 book?
My tip was to become worthy of citation worthiness. I believe that one of the many reasons why we have seen the decrease in organic search traffic beyond AI, let's say, but those websites that have been highly impacted by the latest Google update is because they didn't have a clear or established unique selling proposition, their subject matter expertise, their experience, that they were not necessarily that worthy of being cited, let's say. And clearly that has become evident, even more evident and impactful in with AI search, right? It's not only about chasing popular topics for the sake of traffic, and because it's somewhat related to your industry or vertical necessarily, but it's like, are you actually an expert in this particular area or topic or product or service, and I have seen so many recommendations regarding to stop focusing on top of the funnel content, informational content, and you have a subject matter expertise in it, and you want to become citation worthy. It's important to target the full funnel, still targeting the full funnel, but in a way that is much more intentional, and while ensuring that there's a reason why you should be cited, right? And that is not only the typical EAT that is worthy to repeat here, but also because you provide a delightful web experience that is aligned and is on brand. So every time right now that there's something to be published or there's a question, it's like, is this on brand? is this something for which I will be cited and I am worthy to be cited for? And that is like a pretty much like a litmus test right there to validate and to verify if you're doing things that are aligned and will help you not only in AI metrics or whatever, the new shiny platform, right? But also to make sure that your SEO strategy is impactful, is on brand, is aligned with the business as well.
I love it. I love it. It's such a good point. And it's such the word I focus on that you mentioned that makes me think is this who's worthy, or this idea of content quality is something that we all struggle with as SEOs. And so kind of defining that authority, that does not go away. And to round it out, thank you for joining us today, Gianluca Fiorelli. What is your #1 tip for SEO in 2026?
Well, the title of my chapter is Expand Your Understanding of Clustering. And somehow it's very close to what just has been said by Aleida. And usually we think in clustering content about a topic or a niche topic only for the informational stage. Instead, we always talk about visibility. The visibility is not only on the informational stage. We should target with our cluster all the phases of a customer journey. So that's why I always say you should cluster first in terms of topics and subtopics and so on, then recluster this content for the stage. I want to know, I want to do, I want to go, I want to buy, etc., etc., etc. But then, if you really want to win, you also know that that search, both on Google Classic and especially in LLMs, is super, super personalized. The only approach we can do, because we cannot personalize for the single person, is really rediscover the art of creating buyer persona, especially talk with the client in order for them to create them in a proper way. And doing so, you can recluster again this topical hub for buyer persona. So to identify, okay, if this content must be is going to target only one of a, let's say, 3 buyer persona, or 2 or 3. So you can start understanding how to go in the micro level, so how to shape the content. This is going to be 3 different pieces of content, or one content with different chunks, for instance, in a landing page targeting the different 3 buyer persona. And then there is always the things that we always tend to think content as a textual content. So I did a 4th type of reclustering, which is about format. What is the best format? And the SERPs of Google are already suggesting what is the best format for a specific type of query. So whenever you did the big preparation, the big documentation before content clustering, one of the documentation is whatever SEO suite you use, you know that it's presenting you what features, SERP feature Google is presenting. Can be videos, can be image, so on. So you do this kind of reclustering. So for each content, you also know what should be the best format to use for delivering this class, this content. And this is how you can create a real topical hub. The scope of creating these topic hubs maybe is not really about traffic, because we know that traffic is shrinking, especially informational one. But the ultimate purpose is that we can become the source of truth about a specific topic. And becoming the source of truth is what makes our website mentioned, citable, successful. Apart of it, this kind of clustering is also helpful, because you can eventually add another step, is how to amplify this content that you can start repurposing in all the places where you can repurpose your content.
It's great advice, and really speaks to the challenge that we have in 2026, where it's so much about prioritization with these dynamic, personalized results. You want to be everything to everyone, and there's only so much time in the day and so much money that us or our clients have. If you have not, the book is available to purchase online, and follow all of these amazing people. They're amazing on social, on LinkedIn, they're on podcasts, they're writing articles, they're doing webinars. All these folks here are just creating amazing content in such a messy, weird, hard to understand time for our industry, but it's never been more fun, and a lot of positive faces here. So let's move on to the second part of this to continue to spread the love. We all have gotten our books and we've read through it. What would you say, was there any other tip in the book that really resonated with you? And let's go reverse. Gianluca, let's start with you. Was there another tip in this book that you were like, okay, I'm with it, I feel it, I need to share this? And who was it by?
Oh, well, the book is huge. It's hard to pick one. I mean, look at the size. And I don't know, there are so many. I think there is one I think I saw in the wild talking about graphs. And last year, I was suggesting to start looking at agentic search. And if I was previewing something, I would say, start working on creating the knowledge graph of your web properties. And I think I'm not remember the name. I don't remember the page where it was. And it's present in this book, but substantially contains all kind of suggestions you want to follow for the incoming year.
Beautiful. Thank you. Aleda, what was another tip in the book that really resonated with you?
I really like the tip from Jack Chambers' work regarding diversifying your revenue streams to survive the zero-click era. Funnily enough, like those let's say publishers, especially like a sector that has been very much affected, unfortunately, because of the shift that we're seeing in AI, right? The ones that are holding strong are not only the ones that have a very well-defined unique selling proposition and a brand that stands for something very specific. The ones who have created also their community, but those that are also present everywhere in every platform. This are not only optimizing for Google, but you see them in YouTube, in social, and then also at the same time are diversifying their revenue streams, and they have newsletters and they have communities, and so it's like, yeah, the entry point is the content as something that they sell, and in the past a very viable way to monetize that was through simply ads and affiliates, but you can do much more, and there's many more different ways in order to for that content to become just an entry point of real community, a real experience of further advice, training, and a lot more. And I believe that in particular for not only for publishers, but in particular for that sector that has been hit the most as well. I believe there's a lot to be learned from this new wave of creators, for example, and all of what is being offered for in a very low-hanging fruit type of way in platforms like Substacks, for example, that allow you to monetize your content and expertise in so many different ways.
I love it. Mark, what is your what really resonated with you in the book this year?
Well, quite a lot, but for me, it was the tip by Jordan Dimitrov, which was around embracing change in SEO, because I think that's one thing that ironically hasn't changed. But as we all know, and we've kind of mentioned, it's great to have opinions on stuff like AIOs. It's no secret I hate them. I think they suck. I wish they didn't exist. But in terms of embracing change, that's just my opinion. I accept that they are here. They are not going anywhere. So I need to learn to adapt and work with the reality of the situation. And there's no point in crying about how I wish it was, but related to that, it's also about this kind of getting out of your lane that you're used to being in and doing tests and breaking things and seeing, what works. So I've done, all sorts this year, like when we were playing around with which top SEO experts ChatGPT was recommending and doing really dumb, whimsical stuff to change that, playing around with cats.txt and seeing how LLMs ate that up. And I think it's one of the most exciting times for SEO at the moment because so much is changing and there's new silly things that work that shouldn't work, but that gives you hints about other things. So while everyone's deciding, what we call it, whatever, I think it's really exciting. And I really enjoyed reading that from Jordan about, embracing the change and trying new things. And it's a really cool time as well to be part of a community like this, where everyone is kind of like, oh, I did this and this worked and this didn't work. And why does this work? Because we don't actually get it that often, because I think SEO there was stuff that changed a bit, but it's been relatively the same for quite a few years before now. So Jordan was the one for me this year.
No, I'm completely with you. It's great. There's never been a better time to start a career in this industry as well, because everything is changing and so fluid. Vince, what was the tip that really resonated with you from the book this year?
So I kind of had two because they were kind of similar in the digital PR section. Surprise, surprise, coming from me. But one of them was from Eva Chang. The other one was from Charlotte Crawler. And both of them were around kind of aligning your PR efforts internally and getting everybody kind of on the same page. Eva's was specifically aligning social and your content. And the other one, Charlotte's, was traditional digital and brand. We had done a big study at the beginning of the year looking at how closely digital PR worked with different sections of a company, and the closest digital PR worked with was SEO, and brand was like nowhere to be found, and the PR teams were nowhere to be found. And I think we're redoing this study at the end of the year here. I'm assuming we're going to see a big difference because of this kind of, everybody's jumping on the PR train these days, and I think you are going to get a lot more out of it if everything works together. And I speak to a lot of kind of more traditional PR people these days, and there is just such a such a friction between PR and SEO. They you can't keep these two groups together on the schoolyard, or they're going to get into a fist fight, I think. So I think we got to do a better job of working together, and I think all of us could probably help in that regard as well.
I love it. It's so true. It's like what's old is new. Like Mark was saying, you're saying like PR's the new PR, brand's the new brand, SEO's the new SEO. I mean, and yet it's all different and new. Mike, what do you got? What really resonated with you in the book this year?
I'm really impressed that everyone read the whole book. It was a bit of a tome. I'll be honest, I just got it in the mail a couple days ago and I have not cracked it yet. But I will say what Alita was just saying about focusing on the whole funnel really resonates with me, because as you were watching informational top of funnel content just die from a click standpoint, the visibility's going up. The clients are like, I'm not making money off visibility. And it's so hard to attribute that, but it's still important, and it still positions your brand as the bigger concept around what they offer. So I'd say that's what sticks out to me the most.
Love it. I'm with you on that. Melissa, how about you? You clearly read through the entire book and know detail by detail. What resonated with you this year?
Oh yeah, I read the whole book. If I mean skimming it is reading the whole book, that it's on the plate to do. Skimming through and seeing friends and just colleagues in here, one of the things that stood out the most to me, came from Tom Winter talking about the concept of focusing on EAT, but real EAT and not the whole concept of fake EAT that so many people try to implement, thinking, oh, we're going to add an author bio and that's EAT. Great. Google's going to love us. This just continues to come back to creating quality content, whether it's for search, whether it's for LLMs, any of your other marketing channels, focusing on the things that truly resonate with your audience, are high quality, get into that nitty gritty. And I feel like it's just full circle back to what I was talking about with user intent. So that part really, when I was going through, stuck out to me.
There you go. Yeah. EAT is, real EAT, which is one of those like actual tactics and things you can do, and yet you can't fake it. A lot of thoughts there. John, bring it home. What do you got? What really resonated in the book for you?
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed the sections I read through a lot of the section on like kind of preparing for AI. Like, how do you kind of best as a brand think about AI? So a few people kind of hit on this. I think I remember Itamar Blauer was the one that kind of like I think really nailed this, but it was around if you understand how AI is coming to your sites, either your site or your client's sites, you understand how they're kind of interpreting your content, you can kind of adapt to that. So if they really like your case studies pages and they seem to reference them a lot, lean into that. Put CTAs on those pages. Make sure you're kind of leaning into where they are kind of going. And so understanding like those crawlers and how they're coming to your website, how they're taking your information. If they love your blog, amazing. Lean into the blog. Make sure you're kind of putting your best content there. If they love your homepage and they're citing your homepage a lot and you're getting click through into your homepage, amazing. Like focus on that. So just, yes, you can always try to change things and adjust things, but I really liked his kind of simplicity around just understanding the facts of how they're kind of seeing your brand today or your client's brands is a great way to kind of lean into and learn more about how you can actually action on that today, which I loved.
There we go. So I'll do mine actually, because I don't know if there was a slide, but basically, so my chapter in the book in SEO in 2026 was all about the probabilistic nature of AI search and just how we need to reframe in our heads the fact that like there's nothing guaranteed. Rankings are not really as much a thing as, you want to give yourself as many opportunities to be visible in these grounded queries as Mark referenced, like does the actual search deserve grounding? And so we need to educate and communicate our internal teams, our clients, executives, this idea that as AI search becomes more of the default version of the way we interact with search, the probabilistic nature of things is going to make everything more of a brand channel and less of a performance channel, which makes, kind of reporting on it that much more difficult. It's not something that we can't do, but it's a lot grayer, it's a lot messier, it's a lot more awkward, and we're all just going to have to try to navigate this and really focus on our own niche to really give definitive answers to whoever we're reporting to. And then in terms of what resonates with me, I actually am going to say Gianluca's clustering was really spoke to me because it speaks to this idea of the full funnel, which is tricky. Aleda mentioned as well, is like we don't necessarily need to abandon top of the funnel searches because you still need to kind of establish yourself as this semantic authority for your topics. But that's really hard, I think, for brands when you're not going to see the performance value because you might not see as much traffic from the top of the funnel. That doesn't mean that you can't have an opinion and share your perspective on it. Overall, like I mentioned, everyone follow these folks on LinkedIn, on the social media channel of your choice. We actually, with my coffee jolt and speaking so fast, we actually got here with like a minute or two to spare. We're not like kicking things off. So does anybody have any like last thing they want to chime in or throw out before we bounce to the next session?
I also really enjoyed Nitin Manchanda's tip around not getting caught in buzzwords and staying true to what's always worked. I think there's possibly a lot of FOMO around AI stuff at the moment, and it is important, it is coming. But I really enjoyed his kind of section about just staying, not to pun, but to stay grounded in what we've always been doing, because that's really what the algorithms are all chasing anyway. So I'm always a fan of do the thing that they're chasing, don't yourself chase the algorithm. So that was a nice piece around it for me.
I would also add a word of caution, because I see, especially returning to my topic of clustering, that many do this kind of job, but really forget that they already have content. They have to defend the visibility that content already have. And if not, they all rewrite all things, also the things that are working already. And we see many, many websites that are doing an experiment and losing a lot of traffic.
There you go. Thank you, everybody. This has been a great first round. Amazing people. We're getting a lot of folks who are joining us now. And it's like so little time and so much to talk about. And so we're not going to be able to get to everything. That's why you should stay not only for this hour, but the next hour and the hour after that. Who knows? Before you know, this is actually going to expand to a full 24 hours of SEO content. I know David could actually put it together, but welcome everybody who's joining us now for the next half an hour of the SEO in 2026 book. Thanks to Majestic for putting this together. For those who are just joining us, basically what we're going to do is we're going to walk through what was your actual chapter of the book, and then what is the number one tip that resonated you, because obviously, and I was joking last session, we've all already read the entire 666 page book that you can actually buy online. So check it out. I'm super excited. So many smart people joining us right now. So let's dive in and make the most of it. Victoria, let's start with you. Why don't you tell us what was the number one SEO tip you shared for SEO in 2026?
Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. My number one tip this year was to customize AI to automate your processes. And that means that in SEO, we all have a process to do different tasks like keyword research or content outlines or the final text, FAQ optimization, NLP optimization. Each of those processes, we can automate them with AI, either with custom GPTs to make an AI-assisted process or with low-code tools if you want an end-to-end automation. That was my tip.
I love it. And everyone's figuring this out. There's so many tools. It's so overwhelming. And yet it's on you to experiment and figure out what works for you within your organization. That's such a good tip, Victoria. Christopher, what is up? Tell us, what was your number one SEO tip for the SEO in 2026 book?
Yeah. Is the sound on? Is it perfect? Great. I was actually rereading my chapter. I couldn't remember. But I'm very focused on the customer journey, and of course, ChatGPT, other generative AI tools or platforms are becoming a part of the customer journey. So I think my tip was really about just taking a step back and understanding how AI content or AI searches are impacting the full customer journey, because the discussion is pretty. There's a lot of noise in the market right now, and just taking a step back and looking at the customer journey again, not throwing away everything you've learned already or the playbooks that worked in the past. I think that was my tip.
I love it. And I so relate. I was reading back mine and I was thinking to myself the entire time, I'm like, please don't let whatever I say be completely outdated or just flat out wrong at this point. Because, anything in print is at risk. Josh, my man, what do you got? What is your number one tip for the SEO in 2026 book?
Yeah, I think that SEOs as a large group now, I think some folks on the cutting edge a few years ago had already been doing this, but I think collectively as a group, we're all going to be best friends with the rest of the marketing department. We're actually going to have to leave our silos. We're going to share data, bring insights to other teams. We're going to use other teams' data to get our own insights. It's all blending together. And I think this is the year that we can no longer do it by ourselves. That we absolutely have to have data from other sources and have to work with other teams on effective strategies, because just traditional search alone is so ingrained and overlaid with all of these other channels now.
It's so accurate. And, you know, the bigger the organization, the more silos you need to break down. It is, no one's saying it's easy, but it's never been more important. I love it. Ivana, what is your number one tip in the SEO in 2026 book?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. First of all, yes, absolute fear that my tips would be outdated by now. So my tip number one is don't get outdated. It's don't create a strategy for 2026 as we used to, 2023, this is what we're going to do. Go and revisit because things are changing and they are changing fast. Whatever you thought is working in, June before the horrible update. I'm in iGaming affiliation, so I'm talking horrible update for me. We lost a lot of traffic. So we need to look into why we lost the traffic. We thought this is working for us, this is not. So keep your mind open. Don't think because this worked, you have to do it. Things are changing rapidly, and you're gonna hate me for this, but in our niche, so if anyone is from the tricky gray niches like me, look into black hat and gray hat SEO because that's growing like mushrooms right now. And I know, and you all think like, oh my goodness, how did you even make it to this podcast? But if you look at right now in iGaming affiliation keywords, it is absolutely normal to see out of 10 results, 8 being black hat, either canonical abuse, parasite SEO, drop domains, or even actually fully hacked websites. So be on top of everything's happening. I'm not saying do black hat, but understand it's happening. Because if somebody outrank you and you are doing everything great, it just might be that Google simply currently doesn't love white hat approach, and somehow they are giving priority to those very not lovely practices. So just keep updating yourself, keep updating the strategy, and don't sleep on what your strategy should have been, but adjust it to what must be.
You know what? It's so funny. I feel like we need to all remind ourselves when we're online that everyone is coming from a different agenda, a different perspective, has a different niche with different levels of risk, to the black hat point. So it's like you have to decide what works for you and understand the risks associated. But if that works, if you're a short-term player, then that might be a thing. If you're longer term, being able to pivot, really good tip. Catherine, lay it on us. What is your number one tip in the SEO in 2026 book?
My tip is very much evolved around local SEO. Basically, don't forget it. If you've got, with AI reviews dominating SERPs, AI mode, and if you're lucky enough to have a business with that local edge or that physical presence, then make sure you're in all those places. Double down on those Google business profiles and make sure you're in Bing Maps, Apple Maps, all those places, and work on your authority and the quality of content, local content that you have on your site. And just don't forget that, because more often than not, those AI overviews are not in those spaces as much. They are definitely there and they're growing and growing, but they're not as much. And it's really important to just still keep those traffic volumes up as much as we can at the moment.
Great tip. Local is such a whole other situation niche that you need to focus on. And just having a conversation the other day about how every conversation or search on AI has a local sort of flavor to it. Where you are impacts the results you need to consider. So even if you don't have a brick and mortar in a business, you still need to consider localization in some capacity. And to bring up the rear, Julia, Carolyn, what is your number one tip for SEO in 2026?
Well, I must say, in all those years that we've been doing this now with the tips for the next year, I never found it this hard to predict what's going to happen. Because what I've seen this year in 2025 is that things change from one month to the next. I find myself adjusting my reports every month to include this new metric or remove that metric or reinterpret this thing that we're seeing. So my tip for anything that's coming now is remain flexible and just monitor and adapt to whatever is happening. And that kind of refers to everything that everybody else has just said, really.
I love it. And not to jinx us, but to your point of everything changed, I'm thinking to myself, a Google Core update is going to happen during our session right now, right? You all know we're going to come out of here, go on to social and be like, oh, Yeah, not that we don't even know if that's like a thing as much anymore. But let's move on to round two. Great tips all around. And I just want to give a shout out to the SEO in 2026 book by Majestic. You can buy it online. And for all of these smart people, they are on social, they are creating great content, they're writing stuff, they're going on webinars and podcasts, they're in communities. So please, if you have a moment, follow all of them. They're producing great stuff and they're great voices to follow going forward. So for this second round, I want to ask you all, what is something that you read in the book, because we all obviously read it, that resonated with you that you want to shout out and has kind of like sparked your brain in the world of AI search and SEO? Let's go reverse. So Julie Carolyn, can you start us off and let us know what was something in the book that you found really valuable?
It's like I noticed we all gave quite similar tips there and predictions, and it's really what Christopher said about the customer journey that really resonated with me, and that kind of also touches upon what Josh said, because there are now so many touch points in the customer journey that we have to collaborate with the others and really take everything into account that might have mattered to this particular customer at some point. And it's just the main question really that remains to me is like, where do we get all the data from, and is it actually accurate? But these are kind of the tips that that resonated with me the most.
I love that. Yeah, speaking of the customer journey, you see all these data studies coming out and you're like, okay, how long is this one going to be relevant before like behavior changes so much that it's just an anachronism walking? Catherine, what is the tip, or what is something that really resonated with you in the book this year?
I think it's the sort of focus of not necessarily chasing for everything AI related at the moment, because we're still evolving and things are still happening and we don't quite know how it's going to play out, and just to try and keep to those little fundamentals. And I think that's an important one to not forget, really.
I love that, like really like staying the course and focusing on fundamentals while just paying attention to this wildness. Ivana, what was the number one thing that really resonated with you when you were reading through the book?
It was this sentence from Aleida Solis: be worthy of the citation. Because we all looking into AI, how we work with it, we obsessing about it. I mean, I love AI, don't get me wrong. I'm using it a lot to automate a lot of my things. And obviously, as everyone else, I am looking into how to be visible in AI, which is very difficult for casino. You might not know this, but I am an aquapony, which is a made-up sport to show how much you can manipulate AI. It's by Alan Kladex. I'm very sorry he's not in this book because he made this amazing study. So he created a sport that doesn't exist called aquapony, and I am a champion for Slovakia, and I won in Paris in Olympics, and I have a medal in a sport that doesn't exist. And if you Google me or AI me, there will be like Ivana Flynn conference, Ivana Flynn this, Ivana Flynn SEO, Ivana Flynn aquapony, congratulations. And he manipulated it so much that the official website of Olympics actually cited this. So, and I'm actually qualified for the next round. So I started to look into like, how do I get so visible in AI? And I started to do all of the tricks that he said, like how you manipulate. And I work a lot with Reddit and Quora and all of this, only to discover last week that ChatGPT doesn't allow casino content anymore. So if you ask, can you recommend me a casino? They removed it. So I love the be worthy of the citation thing, because you start to think like, how do I get there? How do I make sure? It's the same principle as we used to say, SEO is showing the best answer to the question. It's exactly the same in light blue. And that was when I heard that stuck with me, and I became an SEO. And now this stuck with me, and I tried it and I completely failed because, as I said, keep changing your strategy, because what was working a week ago is not working. So my clients are like, okay, we tried all of this. We found all the websites that ChatGPT is pulling data from and AI overviews. We tried to publish articles and now is not allowed. So both be worthy of the citation, and as I said previously, keep changing, keep growing, and don't get desperate when it doesn't work out. It's not going to work all the time for everyone. And I would say for my niche, good, because we're still getting the clicks to the website. Because AI overviews are not citing us, as we are sort of like very tricky niche, gray, your life, your money, nobody knows what we are, a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of scary thing. So at least I don't have to worry about all of the clicks disappearing thanks to AI. So I think blessing in disguise.
Oh my God. It is hard. It is really challenging when you're doing everything right and you're not getting rewarded for it.
Oh, yes.
You know, but that's what we're all trying to navigate is making those right decisions. Josh, you obviously read through every page to page to page to page. We were up talking about it late last night about every chapter. We're like, no. But Josh, what resonated with you in the book this year?
I think the thing that really hits me is the theme that runs through all of it, right? We SEOs specifically, the marketing org in general, I think is on rapidly shifting ground and shifting, day to day, week to week. There's a lot of uncertainty. And if you look in the book, the tips are sort of a balance between let's go back and rely on the things that are stable, the things that we know how to do. Let's double down on that. And then the other half is let's prepare for the future with, just like little glimmers of, well, let's change the data stories a little bit. Let's figure out how to like convey what's happening. Because I think so many of us are sort of forced to keep up with the bleeding edge of technology as it relates to AI. And even if you're not focused on AI, the downstream impacts, right? AI overviews is impacting everybody. There's no way around that, right? So you have to know a little bit about it. So to sort of see that all of everybody's tips for 2026 are in some way a response to we've all had the rug pulled out from under us and we're trying to gain stability again. We're trying to lean on other channels. We're trying to get better data. This is the most collaborative the SEO industry has been in years, right? We used to have our little fiefdoms of, local sat over here and, there was that crowd and, it's really cool to see everybody sort of pull back together again and coalesce around, well, we have a central problem that we need to address collectively. And all of these tips, you could, as an individual practitioner in house, as an agency, read every tip in this book, implement every tip in this book, and probably come out in the green at the end of 2026, right? And I say that with fingers crossed because we know more changes are coming.
No, it's a great point. And the funny thing is, like, everyone has been, there is a lot of collaboration. At the same time, you have opposing opinions. Like, you'll go through this book and you'll see perspectives that are the complete opposite of each other. And that's absolutely okay. Everyone's coming from a different set of experiences and we're all just trying to navigate. And to your point about like, AI overviews and search, we all have to deal with it. Like, that is a default. You can, people aren't always putting like minus AI in their search queries. So we all have to deal with AI overviews front and center. Christopher, what was the number one thing that really resonated with you in the book this year?
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, I haven't received the book. I was checking some of the draft that I got. I don't know if it's in the mailbox somewhere, but I did. I mean, just on the top of it, I remember that I read something from Ben Wood about agentic automatic agents we sent out to search for us and etc. I just think that it was just a good it's something that the book can it's able to, when you interview 117 people, you will get a lot of different views, you will get a lot of different ideas, and I think that's why you should buy the book, just to get a lot of different tips and ideas for yourself to move on. So it's like, okay, the next thing is probably going to be some agentic, that we all have an agent which goes out and buys our shirts or whatever. And what does it leave? Where does it leave the SEOs? So basically, a little bit in every direction, I would say is probably what I got from the book. But the agentic part I thought was very interesting.
A lot of agentic this year. Whether or not it's like become mainstream is up for debate, and it feels like going into it, another thing you won't be able to avoid in some capacity. But obviously, a US experience is going to be completely different than an EU experience or the UK or other parts of the world. We're all dealing with these different challenges for our businesses or our clients differently. Victoria, why don't you bring it home and tell us what was the biggest thing that really resonated for you in the book?
So I have been in Argentina for 2 months, therefore I haven't received the book, but I'm going to comment, I'm going to try to comment something interesting on what you were all saying, like if I had read the book. I think that one of the main challenges for all of us is to keep updated because there is a lot of, there is information coming up every day, studies that say opposite things all the time, and people with proven methods that say that they have already done it and they have got success. The way that I have been more successful to keep myself updated and also to implement those findings, because it's not the same as reading about how are you going to rank on LLM than creating a process and implement it in your company, right? Those are two different things. But the fastest way in which I have done this is I have trained an LLM bot, which every time I see something interesting on LLMs, on LLM optimization, I upload that content, and I have developed a framework based on different researches, different interviews, different LinkedIn posts that allow me to very quickly create a tactic or a strategy for clients based on that. The only way you're going to keep up is with AI and agentic workflows or bots or assisted workflows, however you want to call it. Or at least in my opinion, this is the only way I can do it.
The tools are there, and I can show you firsthand, if you've been here for the last 20 minutes, why this is such a better experience with people than LLMs, is because we're actually all concise. We actually all said and just didn't ramble on for 20 minutes with a complete page that, you know, when you're using ChatGPT. So I do want to give anyone a chance, if they have any predictions or hot takes for 2026. We have some time to kind of talk through, what do you think is going to happen next? What are you either thinking about for your own business or your clients that you think we'll all have to deal with as consumers or SEOs next year? If anyone, feel free to chime in with your perspective.
I'll happily jump in, because I'm sadly full of opinions, but for me it's the massive race of black hat, gray hat tactics. In my niche, again, I'm saying is online gambling. Okay, so it's a little bit gray, it's a little bit tricky, it's where the money is, so we sort of tend to abuse things. It is true, we are a little bit tricky that way. And that's what I like about it, because you keep learning. But we saw 2025 in extreme comeback of black hat strategies. And 2026, I don't think that's going to change, because now we started with the drop domains. They became like, wow, drop domains working again. Then parasite SEO is huge, and we have got companies that do nothing else but parasite SEO, and parasite SEO in any form that you can think of, from partnership to taking over a website. And now the trick with the canonicalization, when you buy an expired domain, for example, there was an example of vote-take-control-leave.org, which was the Brexit site, picked up obviously links that you would never pick up, because everybody linked to a website, official website about Brexit. Then they bought the same URL, vote-take-control-leave.co.com. And that one was set on 401, and it was ranking like crazy. Why? Because they set a canonical, cross-domain canonical from the old one to the new one. And that one was ranking because the old one, was set on 401, and the new one was ranking with no SEO metrics, because this canonical trick, because the contents were exactly the same, was saying this is just a cross-domain canonical. Google is thinking, okay, cross-domain canonical, I'll give my love there. And over one night, they picked up 13,000 in Ahrefs as a visits, and it keeps growing like crazy for keywords that are impossible to touch. So for me, this is what we need to keep our eye on. And as well for European Union is looking into normalizing parasite SEO partnerships, saying that it's unfair for Google to somehow punish people that have got huge newspaper and just make partnership for living. So if this becomes true, the parasite world will become normal for us. And suddenly, what does it mean for us? It will shift the dynamics. There will be people with extreme budgets coming in. So it will be untouchable for the smaller ones. It will stop being that effective. And I don't know if normal websites will survive, like normal affiliate websites will even have a chance, because backlinks in iGaming are next to impossible. And there's no original content about how to play roulette. There's just no. So yeah, I think the black hat is growing. It's scary. And I'm speaking a lot of conferences, and last time they asked me for a topic, and I said, Google is broken, break your strategy. That's my topic, because it is true for me, for my niche, that is very, very, very broken. And we need to, everything I knew is not valid. And I feel for the first time that I actually don't know SEO. I don't know what's happening, and I don't know what to do. So I keep learning those black hat tactics to stay afloat.
Brutal.
So that's
it's a lot of business decisions. Yeah.
If you're coming from the brutal end like me, then get familiar with black hat and get comfortable with it.
There you go. Anyone else got any hot takes or predictions?
Yeah. Matter of fact, that's a perfect setup, Ivana. I actually think we're gonna go the other direction. I think from a product perspective, it is essential for both Google and the LLMs to manage this situation, right?
I
If
would love
they
it.
are producing spam results, they're going to lose users. We already see that the rate of signups for ChatGPT has been declining since September. It's not a huge decline, and they're not losing users. Just the rate of adoption is going down, right? So they've hit a peak and are coming off of it. They don't want to hit their peak yet, right? They've got massive debt planned out through 2050, right? They need money, they need users. If the product goes to garbage now, that's a lot of failed hopes and dreams. So they are highly incentivized to weed out bad results. So I think we're going to see, I don't know if we're going to call them algorithm updates. We'll have to find the new name for those. But I do think that there's going to be some level of spam filters applied. And it sounds like we're already seeing that, right? If ChatGPT won't give you results for casinos, they're starting to figure it out, right? And the leading piece of that is going to be lawsuits, right? They can't afford to keep fighting lawsuits, losing massive amounts of money. These are, 10 to hundreds of billions of dollar lawsuits, and they keep coming. There's a fresh one every month. So they are highly incentivized to weed all this out, find ways to block it. And I think us as SEOs are very much contributing to that, right? Lily Ray is my boss, and she's, quoted in magazines constantly around all of the little bugs she finds in the system, right? And tends to be specific to Google, but here's a thing that Google, this massive global platform, is doing that is incorrect, and here's how it could be hurting people. And then that becomes actual consumer news, and it's shifting the sentiment on AI, right? So they have this investment in these products that they really need to fix this problem. And I think us as SEOs, as marketers, will get a little bit of relief, but I think it's going to come with a little bit of pain too.
I really hope you're right. I really hope you're right, because it would be beautiful. However, at the same time, I have to say, my end user, they are not picky. They are really not.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Different
Mm-hmm.
niches, and everyone's and ultimately, to your point about Josh, about OpenAI, it's a different conversation with Google where the money doesn't impact them because they're profitable. And for me, a big thing is like, as long as Google is the default search engine and has 90% of market share and their revenue streams aren't impacted, it's hard to expect them to make any changes unless their bottom line is changed. So I think you're right with OpenAI. There's risk there, but Google, it's hard to see them acquiescing if user behavior doesn't change. Anyone else have any predictions or hot takes of what's going to happen with 2026? Any thoughts on AI mode or web guide or the Google search changing? Or do you think we'll still see the 10 blue links, which aren't really a thing anyway?
Well, I sincerely hope, seeing what happened over the last few weeks, that they change it back to have the ads look different than the 10 blue links. But I'm also really excited about this whole agentic thing and the purchasing being possible within the LLM and so on, because it also means that we will have to get more data. Because if the business still has to fulfill an order that was made through ChatGPT and money has to flow between these platforms, it means they will need to give us data. And that's what I'm really excited about.
Google Search Console will totally get an AI overviews filter at some point, right? Like it's coming any day. But you're right. I mean, there's so much opportunity with e-commerce. It'll be interesting to see the adoption. We got time for maybe one more prediction or hot take. So Victoria, Christopher, Catherine, do you have anything that you wanted to throw into the mix?
I think that Google will still be the default search engine next year. There will still be a lot of noise. There will still be a lot of new AEO companies coming out, and some will probably go on to crypto or something else. I still think there are some stock old SEO veterans who will stick to their playbook and maybe add a little bit and win in certain markets. Everything is contextual, right? And I still think that people think that the development, the user behavior changes much faster than it actually does. right? So I've been an AI teacher all day. All my students have just left. I've looked them over the shoulder when they're using Google, and I can tell you, I mean, we are on the forefront. We think that everything goes very, very fast, but when you look at the mass market, you know, it takes time. It takes time to adjust to all these new fragmented platforms. It takes time to look into AI mode or whatever Google decides should be the new user behavior. So I think that it will go slower than we probably in the panel expect.
There you go. Thank you also for having me. I'm handing this thing over. I'm getting out of here. David, thank you, Majestic.
Before you're kicked from the studio.
Good hands. Yeah, right. Good hands. Thank you.
Look, thank you so much, Garrett. You've done an incredible job. All our hosts have as well. You know, I'd love the interaction there as well. What a pro. What a pro host. Great to have all our co-hosts part of it. We're going to have another great couple of sessions coming up. If you hadn't noticed, we've gone East Coast America for the last session, and it'll be the case for this one as well, certainly in terms of the host. But thanks so much again, Garrett. So host of the next hour is president and founder of Pam and Marketing and Stealth Search and Analytics, Pam Angst-Cronin. Hello, Pam. How are you doing?
Hi, good. Thank you. And thank you so much for putting us Americans last so we didn't have to get up too early.
Well, exactly.
Appreciate
it. Some people are more appreciative of that than others, or at least some people prefer getting up earlier than other people. I've interviewed certain top SEOs from the west coast of the US that don't get up before 10 o'clock in the morning, and others are very comfortable with 6 o'clock. So you just never know necessarily what you're going to get.
Well, this was worth getting up for. I will tell you that. I was listening to the previous sessions and it was awesome.
Amazing. Okay, well, we're going to have some awesome contributors running through this session, I'm sure. We've got 3 joined us already. We've got a few more probably joining us as well. We're going to have 2 different panels for this particular session. So I'll leave the stage now and I'll say, Pam, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. So, hi, everyone. I am Pam Angst-Cronin, also known as page 89 in this massive 681-page book. Look at this thing. This could be used as a weapon. I mean, it should be, but figuratively only for your 2026 marketing strategy, okay? So I'm just going to touch upon my tip real fast, and then we'll go around and have everyone tell their tip that they talked about in the book, as well as a favorite other tip if they've had a chance to flip through it. I know most of us just got our preprint or pre-release copy in the past few days. So even if it's just a tip that you heard on a prior session this morning or this afternoon, wherever you're at, we'll ask everyone about that as well. So my tip was about how SEO is going to evolve into what I'm referring to for now as AXO. There's all these new acronyms going around making us all crazy, right? But what I mean by that is agent experience optimization. And now I'm looking way ahead, but this stuff goes fast, right? So I'm thinking way ahead, though, to like these new AI browsers. So we're all talking about how AI has been incorporated in search, how it's here to stay. It's becoming more and more incorporated, AI mode in Google and ChatGPT and other AI chatbots pulling in web search, et cetera. It's all becoming AI powered search. But the next wave is AI browsers, and Perplexity is already pushing theirs. OpenAI is pushing theirs as well. And the browsers are agentic, meaning they can actually do things for the user. Not so right as it stands right now, we still, let's say I want to, for example, work with a woman-owned SEO company. No offense, guys, just an example. And I type in woman-owned SEO company into Google, and right now I would have to click on each result and evaluate the website, read about the website, make the decision myself, or at least do the research myself. Even with the AI overview saying, here's a couple companies for you to look at, I still have to look at them, evaluate, make the decision. But these AI browsers are going to start doing that for you. And they're going to say, oh, you want a women-owned SEO agency, you got to work with either this one, or this one. And I'm going to reach out to them for you. I'm going to set up an appointment for you. There will be no human going to the website anymore. I compared it to like when you want to make a doctor's appointment, you can't just call Dr. So-and-so and be like, hey, can I see you? Can you put me on your calendar for next Wednesday? You have to go through their stuff. And that's kind of how I compared the future of our world is we're going to get to our human target audience. We're going to have to go through their staff, which will be their AI agent, likely their AI browser. So that's the futuristic idea I brought to the table. And next we will go to everyone else here. I wrote down your page numbers. I was gonna joke with you and say I'm gonna call on you by page number, so you better know your page number. But I won't give you that heart attack. But I did write them down so that all of your fans who are joining you today can get right to your page in the book. And by the way, the book is now available. It's on Amazon. So definitely grab it. This thing, like I said, should figuratively be used as a weapon for your 2026 marketing strategy. It is really, really good. 681 pages of knowledge bombs. So with that, I will ask if I picked up the right Post-it. Yeah, there we go. Ashley, I have you first as page 265 in the book. And if you could summarize for us what your tip was on that page.
Yeah, definitely. My tip was focusing on creating content assets for different stages of a user journey. So right now we're like, we got to create content for ranking purposes. We have to now create content for LLMs. And it's like the user is, of course, supposed to be top of mind. And we're all, of course, doing that. But also we're not. If we go back to traditional content marketing, what makes content marketing work so well is when you address topics for different stages. Whether you're B2B or B2C, you have consumers that are looking for information at different time periods in different parts of their journey as well. So instead of making it so difficult for them to find that information, create several different pillar blog posts that address each of that. Create videos with that. It's really important to kind of rethink what our content strategies should and is going to be in 2026, and to get out of the void that we've been in for so long of just checking the box of publishing to publish, and instead creating content for different stages of a user journey.
Love that. And I mean, what's old is new again. I always find myself saying great, it's new. I was just saying to focus on optimizing for AI agents, but at the same time, we can't lose sight of the old, which is the human, which is still the primary decision maker in the end. So great tip. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you for your favorite other tip that you've heard thus far. But first, we will go to Chris, who is also known as page 332. Chris, tell us about your tip.
Yeah, my tip was to start your own subreddit. Start a subreddit for your brand. It's a really good way to start ranking for search terms. It has a ton of benefits, both on the community management side of marketing, right? And then also, this is about SEO, on the SEO and also generative engine optimization side of things. When you look at what, for example, LLMs like to crawl, Reddit's definitely up there. It's not just ranking in Google. It's also getting cited by ChatGPT a lot when people ask about a different brand, when people want to compare products. And this is all the way from the top to the bottom of the funnel. So starting your own subreddit so that you can start to influence and control the conversation around your brand.
Wow. I like that on so many levels. There was a super interesting conversation in the prior session about parasite SEO and how, taking over things, community or what's the word I'm looking for, user-generated content like that can be used in kind of a gray or a black hat way, but why not use it in a white hat way? That's so simple yet so brilliant. So good one. Thank you for that. So we'll come back to you for your favorite other tip. But in the meantime, let's see. We have Jade. Ms. Page 656. Would you like to tell us about your tip?
Yeah, I was like, I'm definitely going to go last. I'm at the end of the book, but
no, I'm not going in page order. I'm just shouting out pages.
My tip really falls along with Ashley's. Actually, it's time to throw best practices out the window and trust your gut and see what you can do. I got into SEO around 2016. And I was always so jealous of people who were in it in that true gold rush heyday. We're doing the craziest things just to see what works. And we don't have these very clear, the blog posts need to be this long and we need, these things in these particular spaces. And now with AI search kind of hitting the scene this year, we're back there. We can really experiment, create subreddits to do really interesting, unique things, and see what works for our clients. It's a really exciting time to be in the industry.
Definitely. I couldn't agree more. And I think everyone else would as well. It is that kind of it. I keep finding myself saying that all the years I've been in SEO, this is by far the most change in the shortest amount of time. Like, it's always changing, but this has been a wild year. Like 2025 was bananas in SEO. And I can only imagine what 2026 is going to be like. So yeah, we're kind of in a new wild, wild west era here. And it's exciting. It could be scary if you choose to think of it like that, right? But I think it can also be very exciting, like the way you're looking at it. So thank you for that. All right. So we have Nicholas. Again, I'm not going in page order, just random order, but giving you page number shout outs. Nicholas, page 32. Would you like to tell us about your tip?
Hi, so 32 is almost my birthday, but it's fine. So I joined a bit late because I was getting kicked out for some reason from the studio. But the few things that I heard from Chris and Jade, I want to add, first of all, for Reddit, which is also working, because my tip was around doing SEO for 2026 for markets which are requiring high compliance. For example, iGaming, which was my example that I gave, and especially in iGaming, you know, there's no ethical or unethical things. I know that people will hate me for saying it, but it's true. Whatever is working, and we've seen a lot. I've been doing SEO for 20 years, so I've been seeing a lot of things going around. And it's funny how I want to add how some things that we thought that are not working are still working. Backlinks, parasites, all these things are working. I think it's because that Google is trying too many things to see what works for them as well. So there are a lot of things that can escape. And from my side, yes, as long as we try things out that are working, we have more tools now, especially with LLMs and all the different systems that we can connect LLMs to with APIs. You just have more tools in your disposal to try things that might be or might not be ethical in a sense, as in an SEO sense, not in a human sense. But so, for example, we've seen a lot of LLM manipulation, PBNs that are still working. Even to inject like the code of an LLM within the page that would trap ideally the user agent, and then we would eventually start the prompt. So eventually your brand would get picked up from that prompt. So there are a lot of shady and non-shady things that are still working, such as brand PR and link building, especially in high compliant markets that we work on in Asia or in Europe, for example, in Germany. We still work a lot with PR. So some of the things which are white hats still work a lot. And guest posts and link building in the traditional sense are still working. So that's why some of the things are still working in SEO, in the traditional SEO sense, especially with high compliant markets, which it's harder to get into in some industries, which especially the sin city industries, like we call them, all the iGaming, trading, Forex, adult, all these things. So you will be surprised of the things we're expecting to do next year. Yeah.
That's interesting. I heard that in the last session too, and it's a different perspective for me. That's not something that not a world I work in, and so it's fascinating to hear about what's happening there. Yeah. And not only what I got from both of you is that not only what used to work is actually still working, but like maybe even better than before.
Possibly, yeah. Glad to hear that you heard it from other people. I'm not the crazy scientist trying to go back to the future, so that's a relief. But yeah, talking to other people, because I'm speaking in different events around 2026 and in 2025, so we had some similar ideas and shared a lot of opinions around that part, which are things that are still working and we didn't expect them to. So it's interesting to see what we will do next year.
Definitely. All right, thank you for that, Priya. Page 601 is where your tip is in the book, but can you tell us about it, please?
Yeah, sure. My tip was around getting a bigger picture of your SEO through BigQuery. I mean, BigQuery is a tool which is quite underrated sometimes, and you can get a lot from BigQuery and just not rely on your search consoles and those 1,000 keywords that you have on your search console, but get it connected with BigQuery, get other data sources into the BigQuery, the offline data sources and all those bits, and connect those joins, because sometimes at a larger business you work with websites and then apps and various other offline platforms, and you want to connect them up and to target SEO, let's say. App traffics are generally user coming on your website, clicking on an app store download and going to your app. But how would you connect it that the website data was actually coming from an SEO source? Getting BigQuery into picture and connecting that web and app together gives you a lot more clearer picture than just relying on Search Console data, which is usually just web, right? So yeah, that was my tip, which was all around BigQuery, and to move out of Google Search Consoles and get BigQuery, because it opens the door to way more insights for you. So you just need to upskill yourself and keep sharing, because there is a learning curve. So don't be afraid and dive in.
I definitely used to be afraid of BigQuery and still a little bit am, but once I did get comfortable with it, I realized the power in it. And with all this new big influx of AI and change in our industry, we need to level up our analytics, right? And BigQuery is one of the great tools for doing that, or perhaps on a lighter level, Looker Studio for bringing in multiple data sources and looking at the big picture. So I think that's an excellent tip. Thank you for that. We'll come back to you for a favorite tip of yours from someone else, but let's go to Sean. Page 529 is where Sean's tip is, but he's going to tell us about it now.
Nice. I haven't got the book yet. It feels a bit like Squid Games when you're calling out numbers like that, but I do a bit of a intro in case you don't know me, but I'm SEO manager at Macmillan Cancer Support here in the UK, and host of the YouTube channel Search with Sean. So you haven't checked that out. We do chats with digital marketing experts. We just had Rand Fishkin on, and we do the monthly and weekly digital marketing news. So yeah, and my tip was all about thinking beyond Google. Obviously, not ignoring Google by any means, but thinking beyond it, because we all know now so many ways we have to think about it. It's so I'll try and touch on some of those. It's nothing new. You should always be concentrating on other areas as well, of course, but we know now more than ever that people are starting their journeys in all different places. YouTube, Amazon, LinkedIn, Wikipedia, obviously the large language models like ChatGPT, even Trustpilot. Like if you hear it's through word of mouth, you may go straight to Trustpilot to see their reviews. So how are you represented on those channels? And there are ways to influence and optimize for them. So it's about considering that. Many people have touched on this, like on the channel approach on this event, which it's been a great event, by the way. So many great people. So I feel privileged, my first time. So really a privilege to be here. But, we got to remember these AI platforms and even Google's, search results themselves are putting in things with so many different places now, as it's been said, like Reddit, social media, forums. As we know, large language models are looking at, like, say, reviews and Wikipedia and YouTube and stuff like this. So, really, I know it's a lot to deal with, and really, if you're a small team or a single person, it's nearly impossible to look after all these different avenues. But obviously, as other people have touched upon, understanding where your users are, understanding when searches are being made, what's being pulled in, what sources large language models are usually using for your area, your topic, and also consistency, we know, is hugely important. Even before this whole AI boom has taken over, but consistency is key. You know, if you have one thing, especially do like local service centers or shops or whatever, if your website's saying something, but your Google Maps is saying another thing, and then your Bing or, you know, Apple Maps are saying another thing, it's a problem, and it's going to lead to a lot of issues in many ways, not just for, you know, how you're ranked and how you're seen, but users are going to have a terrible experience. So I think it's just, you know, yeah, just taking that into consideration, what sources are being picked up, what areas, how you're being represented on all those key platforms. You know, if you are an e-commerce like Amazon, you know, YouTube's a great resource for most industries, and it's definitely underutilized. And if you have a Wikipedia page, is everything consistent and up to date, for example? So yeah, my part of the book goes into that approach, how you can, what you should be focusing on aside from Google, but obviously it influences Google a lot and it influences AI a lot. So it's a huge trust factor, as we know, and it's a way to build topical authority and trust within those platforms if you're consistent and you optimize them all correctly, and you're saying the right things across the board. Obviously, you have some control over what other people are saying to a degree, but it's also about learning from them as well. If you're getting bad Trustpilot reviews or you're getting Reddit threads about you, do something about it. You know, obviously you can respond, but it could be that could create a whole new mess. But or you could just actually make your service better and make your company better and learn from the feedback. So yeah, I've gone around the houses, but anyway, hopefully you enjoyed the book, and yeah, go and buy it.
Thank you, Sean. I love how you use the word influence and talked about different channels. And I think the key takeaway here is what used to influence the search engine's point of view of your website was largely related, not only related, but largely related to what other websites were linking to you. But this whole AI powered search thing with the LLMs involved, there's so many other channels that influence its kind of opinion about your brand. So that is an excellent point to bring into the coming year, and a running theme I've been hearing a lot of experts and clients talking about already is expanding the channels in which we're doing brand building in 2026. So excellent tip. Thank you for that. So let's come back to Chris and hear about another tip that, if you had a chance to read it or just heard on today's live stream, that really resonated with you, and why? Why did it kind of hit you that way?
Yeah. So I was looking, we're on page 375 since we're doing page numbers today. So this is about writing from real, authentic human experience. We talked about user generation content already, and this is part of that. You know, even as we benefit from a lot of the great things that AI can do, there is still like this huge desire for really authentic content and for human verification about different things. And so I think what Greg here, I don't know Greg, but hi Greg, I like your piece. What Greg wrote here is, or said on the podcast, is really valuable to keep in mind.
Yeah, I love that. That's Greg Gifford, page 375. Thank you for the page shout out. That is a huge point we keep hearing too. There's a lot of running themes in all these tips, and one of them is the authenticity, the human side of all of this AI stuff. I heard something about how the LLMs don't, whether we see this in action or not, but theoretically, the LLMs don't want to cite other LLM generated content because that's just summarized content. So it's like a game of telephone, right? By the time you tell it in a whisper around the circle, it gets distilled, it doesn't come out right. So supposedly the AI powered search wants to reference what it perceives to be real human information as opposed to other LLM summarized information. So very good stuff. Thank you. Jade, do you have another tip?
I can't
muted
stop.
myself. Another. Go ahead.
I can't stop thinking about starting my own subreddit. That's all I'm wondering how I can do this for myself, and also how I can get all of my clients to do that for themselves, because clearly they need to be the one running it. But I'm fascinated. That's such a great idea.
I agree. That one really hit me too. I was like, it's one of those simple things like, why have I never thought of that before? And I need to be thinking about that now, especially. So shout out to Chris, page 332 on that one. Awesome. Nicholas, how about a tip that from someone else that you really liked?
I think I would be persistent with the Reddit as well, because this is something we are testing. We're doing a little bit of a crash and burn tactic though, because we're setting up a lot of subreddits with bots, just for you to know that it's also an option, and see how they perform. And usually they get penalized, and then we just start again all over. And we have a few subreddits which are clean, just to compare the results, so just to test things out. So I will give this to Chris as well for mentioning Reddit, even though I think a lot of SEOs hate Reddit right now because it's ranking for anything. But it's still an interesting channel to use. And I also want to add that it's very popular to test out other community channels like Discord or Telegram, which are also basically working on the same idea. That you build a community, you start posting, and you get links or mentions, or which is not only Reddit. I mean, we know Reddit very well, but it's also interesting to use other community channels. So yeah, I think that's an interesting topic to expand what Chris mentioned.
Another shout out for Chris and for Sean too, because he mentioned the channel expansion as well.
To Chris, or should we send him something, a box of wine or for Christmas, or yeah, something.
I would love to, if we have time. All right. Well, I want to make sure we hear Priya and Sean's other favorite tips. If we have a quick second to come back around to Chris on that point about the subreddits and the bots, like whether that is actually, something you would or wouldn't recommend. But first, Priya, tell us about another tip in the book that really resonated with you.
Yeah, I think it might be that not in the book because it's just the BigQuery part, but as I said previously, that you have to get your analytics right. That is, get your web analytics right, because I've seen lots of cases where in the business and being Google Analytics being migrated from UA, there is lots of fear to learn Google Analytics 4 because it is such a shift from universal analytics, and the whole logic has changed. It has become a little bit complex. But if we get your channel set up in GA4, it becomes really, really easy to target your organic channels. And it's Google, right? So you would get all the benefits that you could possibly get from your analytics. So why not make use of, rather than buying tools and tools and tools and spending that amount of money, while GA4 does give you a lot of things free. I mean, BigQuery is comes with 360. It's free, actually. It doesn't come even with a paid version. So run queries and make use of it as much as you can. I'm just saying it's easy to go out and buy, tools and get that confidence that you could buy this tool because this tool cannot do the thing that you want us to do. But have you checked it? Have you really gone into that and checked it? There's a very thin line between it. So I feel like it's important that we make the best use of the things that we really have, and because we're talking about SEO, it kind of makes more sense to get into that analytics and make it right at first place.
Absolutely. And great point about all the new shiny new tools that are being promoted out there. And for 10 out of 10 of them that I've tried have been pure crap. So it's something to be wary of for sure. As good as a tool looks like and the promises it makes, what does it really deliver? Don't just believe it on the surface before paying for something. There's just too much crap out there now. So excellent points. Thank you. Sean, your favorite tip that you've heard from someone else?
Yeah, I'll be quick because I want to hear from Chris as well. But generally, this really quick one was, many people mention it, and obviously it's a thing that we should be doing anyway, but not everyone does it. But make sure you're in communication with your paid team, getting insights from them, quality scores, things that are working, things that aren't working. Make sure you're not wasting budget. Make sure you're taking advantage of opportunities. and UX teams and customer support teams. What are the queries coming in from actual people, the pain points and all that kind of thing, that maybe you don't pick up on these Google, search console, whatever. So yeah, that would be mine. Let's get over to Chris before our time ticks over.
All right, quick shout out to Christoph, page 595, who touched upon the combining the powers of SEO and Google Ads in the book. But Chris, back to you. Take us out with your thoughts on your tip, creating a subreddit, with Nicholas's comments about how, oh yeah, we do that, and we do it in one white hat way and one maybe way. What do you think?
One thing that Nicholas mentioned that I've heard a lot from people that are doing gray hat or black hat stuff on Reddit is that it is tough to be on Reddit as a bot. They will come after you. It's really difficult. We see a lot more success from white hat methods. So really, that's what I would advise, is do it white hat. And if you want tips on that, I am the only Chris Miyabi on LinkedIn. So add me there.
Okay, well, that was nice and simple. Then let's give Nicholas 1 minute to respond to that. Would you agree, disagree? What do you think?
There is a lot of gray area, and this is not black and white, to be honest. But I think someone mentioned that the more crap you feed into LLMs, the more crap they will give out. So I can disagree that you will be Chris Miab, the only one in LinkedIn for you. We can say that very soon if you want to prove you wrong. It's not so
Careful
hard
what
to
you
get
say in front of Nicholas.
Oh no.
We can make you, I don't know, the champion of an Olympic game if you want, whatever was your dream as a kid. So I think it's easy to manipulate things right now because it's still at an early stage. So some things are working. Yes, I agree that generally bots are targeted, but some things are working still. So it's not always they work until they don't. So that's my comment, I guess.
Wow, valid points all around, indeed. And I love that Olympic sport example that was given on the last session. I hadn't heard that before, and I wrote it down. Now I lost my Post-it. Whatever, it was aquapony or something. Was like a fake
aquapony, yeah.
aquapony, fake sport that somebody made up and wrote about, and now the AIs will actually tell you about it. And
We're pretty involved very closely in this project with it because it's a friend of mine here in Prague where we live together. And I remember this because everyone who asked how to do it, basically we made them champion of aquapony after a few months. So
that's
if you're
awesome.
interested to win in aquapony, I know the guy who does it. So
that's it's funny, but it's also a testament to how much manipulation can still happen out there.
Exactly.
And it's not all black and white. For sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, everyone else that was just on the prior session. Excellent insights. Please go follow all of those awesome folks on their socials. And now we're going to bring in a new group of people for some more knowledge drops from this massive SEO in 2026 book, which I joked on the last session could be used as a weapon, but should be only figuratively. Just attack your 2026 marketing strategy armed with this amazing piece of just collection of knowledge. It's available on Amazon now. And what we're going to do in this last half hour of this amazing live stream is talk to this lovely group coming in about their tips. I wrote down people's page numbers. I was going to joke that I'm going to call on you by page number and you better know your page number, but I'm not going to do that to you. I wrote down page numbers so people can find you in the book when they get it. And but in no particular order, we'll go around and ask everyone about their tip that they wrote about in the book. And then we'll go back around again and ask everyone about another tip that if you've had a chance to read, or if you've just heard on the live stream today, another tip from someone else that resonated with you. But starting with your own tips, let's go to Ahmed. Page 392 is where your tip can be found, but tell us about it now.
Hi, I'm Ahmed Boule, and I run a digital marketing agency in the UK. So my tip for 2026 is humanizing the AI experience. Now, AI is everywhere. And what my tip is, and in my experience, what we've seen across so many different brands and companies, is use AI, but humanize the experience either before, after, or throughout. what AI does is use what's already out there on the internet. So if you're running a brand and you use AI to do everything, it's the same as everyone else. One thing we've seen in my experience is Google loves more human information. Let's take content, for example. So you have, say, an online pharmacy website. You could use AI to write everything for the website. Now, in my experience, we've seen search engines penalize websites using just AI. So the way to tackle this is humanize the AI, whether this is feeding information into AI first and using this information, or using AI to get the information and then humanizing the experience. Now, this goes through all levels of SEO, whether it's content writing, keyword research, or any other aspect. And that's mainly my tip for 2026. Humanize the experience. Don't just rely on AI on itself. You have to use that experience you have. And yeah, that's what I give.
Wow, I love that. That has my brain like going in circles. So like, wait, it's AI, but then human, but then AI, but it's true. That's the world we're living in. It's like a hybrid world of like AI is helping humans do things, and they're both in the mix. So you have to address both and not lose sight of one or the other. So excellent tip. We'll come back to you for a shout out to a favorite tip from someone else that you may have. In the meantime, though, we will go to, again, in no particular order, Nikki, page 183 is where your tip can be found, but please tell us about it now.
Hi everyone, thanks for having us. Yeah, my name's Nikki. I'm a freelance technical SEO consultant, and I also work for Journey Further, who are a digital marketing agency. My tip is about using a visible framework that I created in order to be visible in LLMs and AI. So it's a 7-letter framework that spells out the word visible. Essentially, if you these steps, that will help you to be visible on those platforms. That's one about making sure that content is crawlable, about use of JavaScript and how to make sure it can be crawled on those platforms. I stand for intent matched content, so creating real answers, helpful answers for the world.
I'm sorry, Nikki. I think we're losing you a little bit. Is it just me, or is Nikki breaking up for you others? Okay, I'm sorry, Nikki. We're going to come back to you if you can maybe summarize that for us again at the end. If you could get your connection stabilized, and so in the meantime, so we'll come back to you. And if you can't, I'll do a quick recap. I'll find your page number and do a quick recap. But we'll give you another try in a few minutes. So let's go to Taylor, who is page 672. Taylor, please tell us what you talked about on that page. Oh no, are we batting 1,000 here? I'm starting to think it's me because nope, he's totally frozen. Okay. Take 3. Let's go to, I'm sorry, if it's Cassie or Casey, please let me know which one it is. And you are page 247. Please try to tell us about your tip.
It is Casey. Let's hope this works. Maybe third time's the charm here for us. My name is Casey Gillette. I'm the Senior Director of Member Sponsor Marketing at the L Suite. And I've been doing content marketing a really long time. And so, and thinking about, how it applies to SEO as we're moving this crazy life we're living in, especially in 2026, my focus and my tip was really around this idea that, search has inherently changed, right? And the broad content that we used to write just isn't going to work anymore. So I liked what Ahmed was saying about, like humanize the AI, right? And so as we're thinking about our content and what's going to resonate, my tip is to really understand your ICP and to go to that second level of questioning, right? Because when we think about our content strategy and we think about how we used to do SEO, so much of it was about keywords and writing and getting into that #1 spot. well, that number one spot might not matter anymore, right? That higher level content doesn't matter anymore. So really thinking about what are those second level questions that your ICP wants to know, that they're looking for. More importantly, what are those questions that AI isn't answering, right? That isn't being captured in those AI overviews. That I think is really going to be the key to success as you think about your content strategy and targeting, like what your keyword strategy actually looks like in 2026.
I love that. I find myself talking about that a lot, is looking for those low-hanging fruit opportunities where there's a key point that the AI is missing, and you can be that key point. Now, just real quick, ICP is not an acronym I'm personally familiar with. I know we love our acronyms in this industry, so please just quickly clarify for us what you mean by that.
Your ideal customer profile, right?
Ideal
so
customer
like
profile, got it.
Years we talked about personas. It's always something new and fancy. The shiny new one is ICP.
Got it. Love it. Okay. Thank you. All right. Danny, you are page 150 in the book. Can you tell us about what you talk about there?
Yes, of course. I'm Dani Leitner. I'm an independent Swiss SEO consultant. And my tip is about that you should clean up your online presence, because the AI is actually digging really deep in the internet and can bring up anything. And maybe anything is not what you wanted to bring up. And we did a lot of link building. We did a lot of guest article writing in the last 15 years. And maybe there's something you can't even remember there that you should clean up.
Interesting. I like that. It makes me think of the term digital cobwebs. We have a lot of those out there now, right? We gotta remember what might be out there that might be dug up, because as we talked about in the prior group, the AIs, they look at so much more than just your inbound link profile and those stats. Like they look at the brand and they try to learn about the brand very, very holistically. So people are talking about working on more channels, but that's an angle I hadn't heard yet. Is work on cleaning up your digital dust, making sure your image is clean out there.
They don't just look at more, they look at things the user might not look at, that you think like it's lost in the deep internet, but it might not be lost anymore.
Absolutely. And it will pull it out of there and put it in front of the user. So excellent tip. Thank you for that. We'll come back to you for a favorite tip from someone else in a bit. In the meantime, let's try Taylor. Taylor, we lost your connection before, but we're going to give it a try now. And hopefully you will be able to tell us about your tip, which is on page 672.
Sure. Can y'all hear me clearly? Okay, perfectly. I guess it's just on my side. But my tip is essentially maybe contrary to how most people feel about it, but just don't obsess about the AI thing. Like, I understand as we move forward, you want to be prominent in every area you have visibility as possible. But currently, like just since July alone, ChatGPT, for instance, almost 60% less referral traffic than it was sending in July. All LLMs total less than 0.5% of referral traffic to websites. So part of like my big thing is like, I don't necessarily, like I did agree to an extent with what Cassie was saying where, long form content is not as beneficial as in the past. But I do feel as though for some industries, you can still hear me clearly?
Yes, keep going, please.
That's not encouraging. Okay.
No. Yes, we're good.
Okay, good. But I was saying, like, in the past, the same way I would target featured snippets, if we, have long form content, but isolate that down into FAQs, or in this case, utilizing FAQ schema, is very much what's still working. And I am a firm believer that, like, when people mention this term GEO, it doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. For instance, if you were trying to rank for a featured snippet in the past, the same steps you would take, Microsoft has come out and said that the way Copilot crawls things is essentially the same thing. Like, use that schema. It's factored into how our Copilot produces results. Google at the same time came out and said none of their AI systems utilize, LLMs.txt files or things like that. But I think that, like, there's so many people that I work with that just because you're on MSNBC, they're watching MSNBC and they hear about ChatGPT or whatever it may be. It's like this hot item term. but don't obsess over it, because if you pivot your strategy solely to appease those, the amount of traffic and business that those are going to drive is so minuscule compared to being sure you're in the local pack, you have your reviews, your stars look strong, making sure, you know, if I'm looking for the best doctor for a condition I have, I don't really care what AI says about it. I want to hear what other patients' experiences have been, things like that. So I think a lot of like content producers, if you're a travel blogger or something like that, it's really important to show up in that chat GPT. Maybe they'll follow you if you're planning an itinerary to Disney. But if you're like a service-based business where people are actually going to invest quite a bit of money, like I've been arrested, who am I going to give my money to help me? AI is not going to dictate that. So don't neglect it, but the same practices you were doing before to rank for the various search engine result page features should be the same practices you're doing now. And like, granted, maybe create an LLM's text file, or maybe break it up into more short form content, but don't do so. Like, I guess my thought would be, don't overreact to these changes that have happened, and more so try and react to the changes in technology as a whole that are coming. Like, I remember when voice search blew up in near me, everyone wanted to rank for near me. Voice search is going to become, in my opinion, so much more prominent when it integrates with these LLMs. Because what's a very unnatural experience with Siri could easily become a very cohesive, actual feel like a virtual assistant experience once those LLMs are integrated. So kind of focus more on, instead of how do we react to this fledgling version of AI that we're working with now, what does the future of it look like? And how can I kind of start positioning myself? Because for the current situation, I just believe what we've been doing is what we should be doing. So that's essentially my tip, is don't overreact and obsess about this AI thing. Just continue with good practices.
I love that. I love that. And it brings up a very important question, which Simon asked, is how often do you get arrested?
I actually have...
We're kidding, obviously. He said, interesting choice of example.
I have a lot of criminal defense attorneys as clients, so that's why it comes to mind. Yeah.
Gotcha. We'll go with that. But excellent points about putting all this in perspective. I read some similar stats recently about the grand total percentage out of all of the traffic driving sources that are happening now, that like what a small percentage the LLM traffic is. And it's pretty eye-opening, because it feels all consuming to us. Like we got to be working on this is our whole world, all this LLM stuff. And then like, we got to keep it in perspective. Like, is the juice worth the squeeze? Yes, we have to address it. But the proportion of effort that we put into it to the proportion of traffic we're going to get to it is absolutely something very wise to keep in mind. So thank you very much for that. We'll come back to you for a favorite tip from someone else. For now, we'll go to Mr. Hellemans, page 486. Please tell us how to properly pronounce your first name. I didn't want to botch it. And then tell us about your tip.
So it's Arnoud, which is Dutch, which is an absolute nightmare. I've asked my parents why give me the name Arnoud, because it's very hard to pronounce if you're international. But just call me Arnoud or Noud or whatever comes to mind. So my tip is mostly about the rendered versus non-rendered version of a page. And I see a lot of SEOs not looking at this, right? We look into the source code and we go like, hey, it's in there, but we don't look at how it's being done. So you have the raw HTML, which might call JavaScript, and loads of other things which change things on the page. Or when you have like a React app, it might be, when you actually look at the non-rendered version, there's basically only a few links to JavaScript files, which will basically create the whole rendered page. And this is a problem for a lot of the crawlers, especially some of the AI crawlers, because it's quite expensive to render pages. On top of that, I've seen really weird things happening, especially in the EU, with new SERP features, which rely on the raw HTML versus the rendered. So if changes like headers, they change placements, or things are being added, you might fall out. And the big tip is there's a free extension in Chrome you can use called View Rendered Source, which I really like. It's an easy way of doing it. I like using the raw versus rendered HTML in Sitebulb. That's another great way of looking at it. But I see a lot of SEOs not digging into this. So for me, that's like a massive tip. A few years ago, I wouldn't have looked at it, but you learn, and that's why I'm sharing this tip, because I think a lot of people are not really looking at this.
Excellent point. Technical foundations, all the SEO foundations still very much matter, perhaps more than ever before, right? I laugh so hard when I hear the whole like SEO is dead, AI is taking over. Oh, and by the way, how do I get found in AI? SEO, right?
Partly, yeah, definitely.
That's the foundation at the very least, right? So excellent point about technical SEO best practices. And that's a good reminder to come back to Nikki and see if the connection will allow us to hear your tip clearly this time. Hope so. If not, I'll rattle off a quick summary because I got your page open here, but give it a try.
I hope so, because I can hear you. How we're sounding.
So far, good.
Hope it lasts. We'll keep everything crossed. My tip follows on quite nicely from what both Arnaud and Taylor have been saying, because I built a framework to help everybody to be visible in LLM and AI search, but ultimately it comes back to just do good SEO. So the first one is about making sure your content is visible and crawlable. The second one is making sure that it's intent matched. S stands for structured data and semantic HTML. I is about creating informational hubs and expertise. B is brand authority and mentions. L is leveraging first-party insight. And the E is about evaluating your AI exposure. So we're not trying to rewrite the rules here. If you're doing good SEO and you have everything set up and you're working with the right people and doing the right things, which hopefully we all are, that is ultimately how you be visible on AI platforms. It's good SEO, exactly as Arnaud was saying.
I love that, and I think that you're coming up with your own kind of branded framework is actually one of the most recommended things that I hear going around now about, because branding your brand is becoming more important than ever, right? And creating some kind of a custom framework like that you talk about and you promote can become a known thing to the AIs and the LLMs and when people search. So everyone definitely check out more about Nikki's visible framework on page 183. Thank you so much for that. I'll stick with you for a second. We'll go, I guess, kind of reverse order on with the 9 minutes that we have left. Everyone try to rattle off a little bit about one other tip from some other contributor that you found really impactful. So Nikki, we'll stick with you.
Yeah, cool. So my well, there's so many to choose from, right? There's like hundreds of people that we could have picked, but I actually really liked Miriam's tip, Miriam Jessia. I think she's on page 339, but I could be wrong. But her tip was about ensuring that machines can see the information about your product. She's talking about using multimodal search and how we can use that for, physical, tangible products, but how you can also apply that if you're a service-based business, such as a plumber. So how can you make sure that, multimodal search and query fan out and all those sorts of things are able to understand what you do so that you can show up for customers.
Love that. It is 3:51. I just found Miriam Jessier. Make sure machines truly see your brand and your product. So excellent shout out on that one. All right. So I guess we'll continue in reverse order. Arnaud, will you please tell us one that you liked from someone else?
Yeah, I really like the one from Dani, and I think Casper is saying a similar thing, which is about cleaning up the web, or at least make it consistent, because I see so many things that are inconsistent all around, right? And I think especially with LLMs and also the AI overviews and stuff, it's all about consistency. And otherwise, you can shout whatever you want about yourself, but if the web says something else, you are something else, right? And if it's not consistent, it basically will come up, make something up, or show the wrong things. And I've seen so many companies and so many businesses not doing this, right? Their postal address is wrong, and they haven't updated anything. It's all around. And when you literally just look at what people are saying about you, but just Googling your brand and looking at where you come up, or your personal brand for that matter, right? So I think that becomes even more important. And I also feel that the context on where you're named or where your brand pops up is way, way bigger in the future, especially. And the old school, just put a link here and we'll be good, is pretty much out the door.
Indeed. Yeah. So shout out to Danny for her tip on page 150, which is tidy up your online presence for the eyes of AI. I like the alliteration there, the eyes of AI.
Yeah, and Kasper as well. Kasper Szymanski says something similar.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Taylor, please tell us about another tip that resonated with you from someone else. Uh-oh, is Taylor stuck again? I think Taylor's stuck again. Taylor? Oh, you're moving now.
Can you raise your hand if you can hear me? Everybody
Yes,
talking
good.
is just crazy sounding. Okay, as long as you can hear me.
Yes, we got you. Tell us about your favorite other tip.
I did actually get to hear Arnaud's tip, which I liked quite a bit. I've forever been a stickler for page speed. Just Google doesn't tell you a ton. So if we know about core web vitals, if we know about page speed benchmarks, I'm all about that non-rendered version of the page, digging through the source code, minimizing the crawl requests, minimizing the file size, and it's so helpful from just, is this website even tracking properly, all the way to, is it just performing as efficiently as we possibly could, providing the best user experience. So as someone that I feel is constantly nagging my clients about we could shave, a millisecond here and a millisecond there, I very much appreciated what Arnaud had to say.
Very cool. I identify with that as well. The technical perfectionist in me identifies with that. All right. Casey, please tell us about one that you liked from someone else.
Mine was kind of a combination. So there's a customer journey section that starts on 297. And so I kind of like the combination of Eli Schwartz's and then Christopher Hoffman Larson's, where they're talking about the customer journey. But Christopher talks about discover where AI is going to fit in your customer journey. And they're talking about how there's shifting intent. And so to really get into the mind of your customers. And I think a good example is I was looking for something the other day. I saw an ad on Instagram, but I thought, well, I don't know if this is a real brand or I'm going to get tricked with a fake brand. So I went to Google to find out what it's even called. Then once I found that, I asked GPT for recommendations. So really thinking about what is that? It's so different now, and there's so many different ways that people are looking. So when you're thinking about SEO, what is that Google version going to look like versus GPT versus what they're going to see on a social channel. So I really thought that was such a good insight into thinking about where is AI in your journey, where is Google in your journey, and how do you create for that.
Love that. And great point to bring up. There's so many different tips in this book, but there is a chapter organization. They are organized into chapters. So the chapter shout out from Casey is chapter 9, the ever-changing customer journey, which is on page 299. It begins. I'll just rattle off some of these so you know what to expect. It's on Amazon, by the way, so you know what to expect when you do buy it from Amazon. Building it is chapter 1, building an SEO-friendly business. 2, brand SEO, then preparing for AI, building AI visibility, winning the AI game. Is AI worth it? Lots of AI. audience insights, user-first SEO, the ever-changing customer journey, embracing communities, multimodal content, harnessing human experience, quality content, digital PR, technical SEO, global versus local SEO, an omni-channel approach, always be testing, better metrics, and personal development are the chapters in the book. So definitely a lot of good stuff in there, but organized well too. Okay, so Danny, did I come back to you? I'm sorry, I'm losing my track of my reverse order. So I think you're up maybe, but just go ahead if you didn't already. It's someone else's.
No, I didn't so far. Well, first of all, I didn't get the book so far, so I didn't read through every tip because I love to read in paper. But I was scanning through the document, and I actually really loved the tip that was right after mine from Rose Tarot. I hope I pronounce her name well. And she's talking about optimizing your AI shadow, and I really like the name AI shadow that she gives to like the first thing an AI tells your customer about you and about your company. And she says you really should check what it's saying, even for different topics, and you should correct it if you don't like what it's saying. I actually like what they are saying about me, so I'm really happy I did a good job. But if you don't, you should check that.
Absolutely. Yes. I just checked on my own recently, and I luckily also was happy. So there's that. But definitely good thing to check. So shout out to Rose Tarot from page 156 on Optimize Your AI Shadow. Ahmed, please take us out with your favorite tip from someone else.
Do you know, there's so many good tips in the book. I mean, incredible amount of knowledge in there. One tip that I really liked was from Rena Borden with regards to staying agile. The world is moving so fast, especially in the SEO industry. Things are moving so fast. You have to be agile. You have to be flexible. You have to be ready to change and just change the way you do things. And like traditionally, you would stuff keywords and build a bit of backlinks and things would work. But now there's so many things to think about. You have to stay, you just have to be flexible. There's one more thing I'll mention is I was at Brighton SEO last year, and one of the best parts of Brighton SEO was the panels, listening to the experts talk with their experience, which you can't put a price on. And this book is full of knowledge you will not find anywhere else on the planet. You can't read this anywhere else. You can't watch videos. You go into the minds of the experts in every industry. And I think, yeah.
Awesome way to put the exclamation point at the end as to why everybody needs to get this amazing book. That tip, by the way, Rena, is make yourself discoverable and stay agile, page 661. But look at all these names of all these experts. We didn't even get to interview them all today. There's so many. There's 117 experts in this book. This book is like hands down the one thing that all marketers, even if you're not specifically in SEO, there is so much marketing wisdom in this. Everybody needs to have this for the coming year. So go check it out on Amazon. Thank you everybody for joining us for this live stream today. Please follow all these amazing experts on their respective socials. And I would be remiss to not give a huge shout out to Majestic and David Bain for putting this together. I mean, the effort is massive and the value it brings is massive. And it's just so awesome to be a part of it. Thank you so much, David. Thank you, Majestic. And I can't say enough good things about the book. Go get it on Amazon.
Well, thank you so much also to our 4 wonderful co-hosts, including you, Pam. Really appreciate you being part of this as well. I tried to put the contributors with the worst internet connections with you, Pam, but
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
we managed to bring it home really well. Remember, if you want to get your hands on a physical copy of the book, that's now available on Amazon. Just search on Amazon for SEO in 2026. If you would like a missile, as Pam puts it, then that's the thing to get for Christmas. But also, you don't have to pay a penny if you don't want to. The podcast, the video series, and the content of the book will all be free and available on the majestic.com website starting now over the next few months. Check out SEOin2026.com to take you straight to the content. So thanks again for today's co-hosts, Isa, Jack, Garrett, Pam, the 60 or so book contributors who joined us today, all the other 117 17 SEO in 2026 contributors, and of course the team at Majestic as well, majestic.com, for keeping this wonderful project going year after year. I've been your host, David Bain. Here's to SEO in 2026 and beyond. Have a good Christmas and 2026, everyone, and thank you so much for joining. Bye-bye for now.